Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started in about a minute. All right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. It's 4 p.m. 1.01B, roll call.
Mr. Duarte,
Present.
Dr. Jung,
Present.
Mr. Kwok,
Present.
Mr. De La Torre,
Present.
Mr. Medrano, Dr. Jimenez,
Present.
Mrs. Bowie,
Here.
Dr. Fancher,
Here.
Ms. Rojas.
All right, 1.01C, review of the agenda. Any additions, deletions, or corrections? Dr. Jimenez.
Yes, thank you, Board President. We have a few items, so please bear with us. So for additions, item 1.10 supplemental minutes for the virtual regular meeting on August 27, 2020. Item 5.03A, human resources supplemental to certificated personnel recommendations list. Item 503.B, human resources supplemental to classified personnel recommendations list. Item 5.03.C, human resources supplemental to other employee personnel recommendations list. For deletions, item 1.04.C, closed session, and item 7.07.A, student discipline matters. Please delete both items as there are no discipline matters for this evening. For corrections, item 5.03.B, human resources. On page 1, under separations, retirement section, please delete Richard Stinson, effective 12/30/20, technology service technician, district office network computer services. All other information references correct. And item 7.05.C, business and operations, please correct analysis of this item to delete second paragraph and add the following. 2 or more school properties will be leased to the corporation with a total insurance value of at least $60 million to cover the $55 million COP's financing. In a COP's financing, the district leases property to the corporation, and then the corporation leases the property back to the district. The lease payments that the district makes to the corporation are the basis of the financing that is used to create the COP's security. These 2 school properties are pledged as a security that creates the COP structure. Once the COPs are fully paid off, the pledge of the properties is removed. In taking this action, the board gives authorization to the superintendent to choose the school properties that are needed to meet the criteria as the leased properties. All other information referenced is correct. Those are the additions, deletions, and corrections. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. 1.02, adoption of the agenda, including any additions, deletions, corrections, and adjustments in order of business. Do I have a motion?
Walk moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Joseph, second.
Second by Dr. Chung. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano, Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. 1.03, audience members who wish to speak to items listed under closed session only. We have none. Can I have a motion to adjourn from public meeting to closed session?
Walk moves.
De La Torre, second.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, second by Mr. Del Torre. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano, Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We are adjourned from public meeting to closed session.
Myers.
quality writing makes your schoolwork better and helps you stand out in the process.
flag
Bowie,
Torre second.
and to the republic
Present.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the public meeting at 5 p.m. 1.07, Pledge of Allegiance. Can we have our new high school rep from La Puente High School, Grace Hernandez, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
To
republic
the
for which
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Thank you, Grace. All right, 1.08, report of actions taken during the closed session. There are none. 1.09, roll call.
Mr. Duarte,
Present.
Dr. Jung,
Present.
Mr. Kwok,
Present.
Mr. De La Torre,
Present.
Mr. Medrano, Dr. Jimenez,
Present.
Mrs. Bowie,
Here.
Dr. Fancher,
Here.
Ms. Rojas,
here.
All right, 1.10, approve the minutes for the regular meeting on August 27, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Clark moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
La Torre second.
Second by Mr. De La Torre. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano, Mr. De La Torre,
Present.
Mr.
Yay.
Kwok,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok, Dr. Jung, Mr. Duarte,
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. 1.11, request to speak to agenda items. A, confirmation of request cards collected from audience members wishing to speak to items on the agenda. We have 14. 2, reports and presentations. Nancy, can you pull up Ms. Manessa so she can do the board reps? All right, give me 1 second so I can pull up the board reps. I believe we had a request, right, Nancy? Is that our old chat's gone? The student had to go first.
yes, Mr. Duarte, Emily Luna from Workman High School,
All right, let's go ahead and pull up Emily Luna from Workman High School.
Emily, you can address the board now.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, members of the cabinet, and audience. I am Emily Luna, the school board representative for Workman High School. I would like to start out by giving a big welcome to our new member of the HLP USD family, Dr. Jimenez. Workman is excited to work with you and I look forward to all the successes we will accomplish together. I would like to thank you for reaching out to the student body and allowing us to voice our opinions and input during these unique times. Link Crew was able to carry out their annual Link Crew orientation via Zoom. Incoming freshmen were welcomed to our campus through welcome back videos, posters, and messages from both their Link Crew leaders and the staff. Students participated in games and were given important tips on helping them be successful in transitioning into high school. Virtual tours were also provided by the administration to help accumulate students to the campus. We played games that promoted social interactions so that our freshmen feel part of the Lobo family. Our LAR group, which includes Link Crew, ASB, and Renaissance, carried on our tradition of welcoming students back on campus in a new, unique way. We usually give our students the red carpet treatment on the first day, but instead this year we altered our welcome back rituals by creating a welcome back video for all the students on campus. All the videos that students and the staff have created are shown on Mondays, which have helped us stay informed and in touch with what is going on in Loboland. Our counselors also utilize their Zoom skills by hosting a senior night. We had over 100 parents and students participate in the event. They connected with our staff to stay informed on upcoming senior events, how to be successful in high school their senior year, how to fill out college applications and the FAFSA, and much more. If you want to check out our presentation from our senior night, it is posted on our school website. Counselors have also reached out to all the students to keep up with grade checks and for emotional support during these hard times. In order to encourage attendance and participation, we are hosting a September Attendance Awareness Month campaign called Log In to Get Your Knowledge In. We are posting PSAs on our website and through Instagram to encourage students to attend and participate in class. We will also be having contests for students to create their own PSAs to help encourage their fellow Lobos to give it their best. Our principal, Dr. Corral, has also started weekly parent workshops to help our parents become connected to our learning. This first workshop she held last week was called How to Create a Parent Canvas Account. I hope you are all staying safe during these unique times, and thank you for your consistent support. Thank you once again, and as always, go Lobos.
Thank you, Emily. It looks like we have Ms. Vanessa's on. Can we pull her up?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Vanessa. Sorry, I did tell staff that I was going to introduce the board to us, but I figured since it's their first board meeting, we'll let you do the honors.
Oh, well, thank you. I just want to give a good evening to you, Board President Mr. Duarte, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, cabinet audience. Though we had Emily present, and I still want to make sure that to share with you that it gives me great pleasure to introduce our 2021 student board representatives to report on the great things that are happening on their school campuses via virtual or other remote communications. So next we have Miss Alyssa Varela from the Conqueror of Los Altos High School. Alyssa,
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, members of the cabinet and audience. I'm Alyssa Varela, the school board representative for Los Altos High School. I'd like to start by expressing our gratitude to the board for providing laptops and internet access to countless students for distance learning. I'd also like to thank the superintendent for dropping by Los Altos the first week of school and joining Miss Peck's speech and debate class. This past week, we held a virtual club rush showcasing several amazing clubs and encouraging students to get involved in our inclusive Conquer culture with organizations ranging from Artificial Intelligence Club to a debate club. This past Thursday, we held a successful virtual back-to-school night. Though it was a challenge, the Conquer family still managed to show up and were welcomed by our faculty. It provided parents and teachers an opportunity to interact and discuss how to best educate and motivate students through distance learning. I am thrilled to announce that two of our very own Conquerors, Megan and Abby Hackbarth, have been published through the LA Times for their informational articles on artificial intelligence and stem cell research. This year, we have decided to implement a 5-letter acronym, HEART, for students and faculty to use throughout this year. HEART stands for Honesty, Excellence, Accountability, Respect, and Teamwork. These words exemplify our core values at Los Altos High School. Everything we do with heart and conquer pride. Thank you and have a good evening.
And now we have Mr. Matthew Chan, the Wildcat from Wilson High School. Matthew?
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, members of the cabinet and audience. My name is Matthew Chan, the school board representative for Glennie Wilson High School. First off, ASB held their first virtual Spirit Week, which started on August 24th and concluded on August 28th. This week consisted of Missing You Monday, Bring Your Pet to School Tuesday, College Wear Wednesday, Throwback Thursday, and Spirit Day Friday. Students were given the opportunities to win class points by posting their fun pictures and outfits on their Instagram. For the class of 2021, a small group of select seniors have been chosen to meet with ASB to make decisions that will make this different year as memorable as possible. Finally, on September 14th, ASB will hold elections for ASB cabinet positions via Google Forms. Although sports season seems to be unreachable, sports are still in full swing. Teams have been assigned under teacher coaches, Coach Morales, Coach Allen, Coach Brown, Coach Hlpusd, and Coach Fezin, and have been given workouts to do with their team during the sixth period. These workouts consist of at-home activities that are done in breakout rooms with the rest of the team. U.S. News and World Report recently produced a list of the best high schools in the state of California. I'm honored to report that Glen A. Wilson High School placed 1,122nd in the nation out of over 24,000 high schools, and 160 out of 1,612 high schools in the California rankings. This places us in the top 5% of high schools in the nation and top 10% of California high schools. These accomplishments are the outcomes of our hardworking students and our dedicated teachers and coaches. The newly formed Student Senate is made up of 51 students of all grade levels that were elected as representatives of their fourth period class. The purpose of the Student Senate is to serve as a communication pipeline between students and school administration. Every Monday, senators will check in with their period 4 class on their distance learning experience and ways to keep the student body engaged and connected. Senators will meet regularly with the principal to discuss these ideas and work together on ways for school implementation. The Student Senate's first meeting will be Monday, September 14th. Thank you. This concludes my report.
And next, we have Ms. Grace Hernandez, the warrior from La Puente High School. Grace?
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, members of the cabinet, and audience. I am Grace Hernandez, the school board representative for La Puente High School. Students are still trying to get familiar with Canvas and online learning, but through videos that ASB has provided, such as how to log into Canvas or how to behave during Zoom classes, have helped students through this process. ASB has continued to do a phenomenal job of keeping students involved in what's going on in the school. Every week on their Instagram page at La Puente High School ASB, they make weekly announcement videos about upcoming events and birthday shoutouts. Weekly, Renaissance honors students academically and staff members who are actively working to make the school year run smoothly. Each class has gradually moved to social media platforms where they share announcements and answer questions that students may have. For example, our senior class Instagram is preparing students for college admissions by sharing weekly updates that keep students up to date on deadlines and scholarship opportunities. Our back to school night took place on August 26th via Zoom. Parents were able to meet the teachers and were informed of the expectations that teachers have and how their classes would be run online. 5 senior students, Jaden Okendo, Fatima Pulido, Bernice de Anda, Anthony Galian, and I became semi-finalists for the Posse Scholarship. This Friday, we will have our next online interview. On Wednesday, parents and students were able to connect on Zoom and meet their counselors. They each had 5 minutes to talk to their counselors and ask any questions they had in mind. Club Rush will be happening soon. This is an event that allows students to see the various clubs that La Puente High School has to offer and how each club is going to operate online. It also helps them get involved in school and find their passion. Thank you and good evening.
And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Albert Rios, the Knight from Valley High School.
Hello, could you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Duarte, members of the school board, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, members of the cabinet and audience. I am Alberto Rios, and I am proud to be the school representative for Valley Alternative Schools. With the start of the new year, come many new and exciting changes to Valley High School. We welcome 2 new teachers to our Valley family, Mrs. Lima and Mrs. Huarte. We held our annual back-to-school night virtually on August 25th with distance learning. Things are different, but we are making it work. We want to extend a thank you to all the parents that attended virtually. Parents were provided with information on how Valley's program will support their students in making up credits and with the changes with distance learning. Thank you all for that attended. This past Tuesday, several Valley students attended the Rio College 101 presentation via Zoom. We are grateful for the partnership we have with Rio Hondo, to assist our students in the admission and registration process to attend Rio Hondo College. We look forward to many workshops where they will provide our students this year. Currently, Valley has launched our attendance awareness campaign in preparation for October 7th, Seabeds Day. The motto for our attendance campaign is "Every day at Valley is a step closer to graduation." We have planned several activities throughout the month to promote the importance of attendance. Valley has had over 90% attendance the last of 5 out of 6 days of school. We hope to keep students attending via distance learning. Valley students are almost halfway through our first quarter, with the ending of quarter one in October. Many students are excited about the possibility of earning enough credits to return to their home high school by the beginning of the second semester in January. It is with Valley quarter system that brings students hope and motivation to meet their goal of graduating high school. Lastly, we invite you to visit Valley Alternative Schools anytime, where you will see students who are safe, responsible, and respectful. Thank you.
Thank you to all the school representatives. They did an awesome job. We look forward to their monthly school reporting.
Thank you, Ms. Meneses. Thank you to all our student board reps. Welcome back. We'll turn it over to the superintendent's report, Dr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Board President Duarte. So good evening, everyone, members of the board, cabinet, staff, students, parents, and community. This evening, I would like to report to the board and community that it's been a busy 2 weeks since our last board meeting. Our enrollment is up steady at 17,347. As for our regular routine COVID-19 update, I just want to let the community know, you may have heard that in some areas of our state, we do have schools that have opened for in-person hybrid instruction. And I want you to know that these are places where the cases are low enough that have enabled some of these districts to open some of their schools. As for LA County, our case count is still high enough that we can't reopen at this time. And you may have heard about the governor's statements with respect to in-person instruction for students with disabilities and English learners. As a district, we are reviewing the guidance that we have received from the LA County Department of Public Health in the upcoming weeks, and should be having subsequent discussions with our associations to discuss some of those items. Also, this month is Suicide Prevention Month, and you all see that I have a yellow ribbon here signifying support for all individuals who've gone through or experienced something similar to that. And we want to make sure that we are supportive, and I want to thank our board for at our last board meeting for approving the board resolution. And so I just want to let you know and let our students know that if you need help, please reach out. We care. We are here for you. Furthermore, I'd like to also take this time to welcome our ASB leaders and thank you all. It's great hearing from you, although I couldn't see you on the camera, but I know I met with you all about a month ago talking about what are some of our goals and what are some of our dreams as to what we have for this year, because you still have my word. We're going to make this the best year ever under the circumstances that we are dealing with the pandemic, and we're going to continue those conversations. So I look forward to our discussion soon. I also want to remind our students that we have the Assembly Majority Leader Ian Calderon's College and Career Fair that is being held this Saturday. So if you haven't registered, please make sure you visit the website that we have shown on our district social media platforms and on our district website as well for how to register, as there still is an opportunity to sign up for the event. It would be a great event to ensure that our students are ready for college, and also you start thinking about what are some of those options if you are an underclassman. This evening, we also have a celebrations PowerPoint to share with the board and community that will highlight the many great things that are happening for our students in our districts. So if I can have the presentation started, and just a reminder, this presentation is broken up into the different areas of our local control accountability plan, which begins with our conditions of learning. So if I can get the next slide, please. In this slide, here's a very unique type of celebration, and we are celebrating and honoring our employees for their decades of service. So here we have our Chief of Police, John Babbitt, recognizing Officer Jung and Officer Barber for their decades of service to HLP USD. So we want to thank them for their service. Next slide. Once again, our teachers out in the classroom in this example comes to us from Los Molinos Elementary. We have one of our teachers here who is leading her instruction with, notice there are 2 monitors. And so I know our teachers have gotten really tech savvy as to how to integrate the various technologies. And on my visits to all of our schools, anywhere where there are teachers, I go visit in the classroom and I find out what they are doing and how do you utilize 2 monitors and how do you have 1 monitor to see the students and how do you utilize the other monitor for sharing your screen. So I'm learning as well on how to use some of these technologies, and we want to thank all of our teachers out there for their innovation and their support for trying out different things, as you see here in this Wildcat teacher, Jane here, as she's leading her kindergartens via distance learning. Next slide, please. In this example, again, from Los Molinos Elementary, one of our teachers here, Shauna Adam, who shows a video for her students that she has created using the Canvas Learning Management System, which is our online learning management system. Next slide, please. Here we have our technology support. And so for those of you who don't know, we actually have technology support for our families, and families are able to make appointments. Parents can phone or email for technology support. And we have our NCS technicians that they will set up those appointments. And many of those appointments go well into the evening. I've been here many nights until 7 o'clock, and I know our NCS techs are there, and I will talk to them and ask them about some of these appointments that they have. And you do see our families come out and take advantage of this to provide support for those families that are working during the day who can't come and get that tech support in person during the work hours. Next slide. And here's an example of that. Once again, there is a sign there in front of our district office building, letting our families know what is a protocol with respect to coming up, if they need to either replace a laptop, if the laptop isn't working. And so we provide that for our families, or if they're having trouble with a hotspot, that is something as well that our tech support does on an ongoing basis each evening. Next slide. Speaking of just some of the support that we are providing, we also, the beginning of the year is always an opportunity to basically upgrade all of our capacity and all of the training that our staff is required to do. And that begins with mandated reporter training. All of our employees in our district are mandated reporters. And as part of that, they are required to undergo mandated reporter training, which then is completed through Keenan, which provides this training online. And this is just an example of some of the training that we have provided our employees. And many of this type of training is virtual, so it could be accessed at the employee's convenience when they are able to complete the course. And so I know in completing courses myself through Keenan, you are given a certificate upon completion and upon the assessment that many of these programs have to ensure that we are training all of our employees on an ongoing basis. Next slide. And this is just an example of just some of the tickets that we have to date. As you could see, prior to the beginning of school, we didn't have as many requests for tech support, but the requests right on the onset of the start of school, you can see there on August 7th, there was a huge increase from 71 requests for tech support all the way to 99. And it dwindled down all the way to 65 by August 12th. And then there's a spike again on August 13th. So the point here is that obviously the support varies based on the needs of our families and based on the needs of our students with respect to what are they requesting support for. And it is our goal to be able to support all of our families that seek it. And once again, if they're having difficulty either accessing some of the platforms, please reach out to the school site, because 100% of the time, or 99.9% of the time, the answer could be resolved there at the school site. But at the district office, we are also available and ready to help support as well if it's something that cannot be fixed at the site level. Next slide, please. And again, here's an example of just some of our NCS technicians working. We do have a stagger start for some of our employees who work from 10:30 to 7 p.m. So that way we're able to get some of those hotspots if they're having trouble with or a student laptop and be able to troubleshoot with those devices and be able to return those to the students and families. Next slide. Again, here is another example of just some of the other training and support that is being provided. In this example, there was training with our Aries platform as well as Canvas to ensure that they're up to date with some of the integration that we are doing with respect to recording some of the attendance, which was a requirement of Senate Bill 98, as opposed to documenting that attendance of our students in our Aries platform. Next slide. This is a picture here of our wonderful tech support. Not only do they provide tech support and training for our teachers, but they also provide tech support individually to the site. And I know in this example, we have our Tectosas, and I'm wondering who's behind that costume. Who could it be? Who could it be? I've heard through the grapevine that every so often it could be the principal in there or somebody similar. So it's really what you make of it. And I can see in this example, they provided some very engaging training and you have fun at the same time. Next slide. And you heard earlier from our student representative from Glenn Wilson High School, basically letting the community know, and they heard it here, that Wilson High is ranked number 160 in California, which is in the top 10% of California high schools. And that is a very important ranking because I know colleges and universities look at those rankings to be able to determine in terms of the quality and the rigor of some of the instruction that's happening there at the school. So we congratulate them, and hats off to the whole administrative team there, led by Dr. Kenfield and her team, and also the teachers that work there to support all of our students. And I was able to visit Wilson High School and got a tour of the facility and was pretty impressed with all of the programs that they offer and all of the STEM integration that occurs on campus, as well as the IB program, which they shared information with me about. So it's pretty exciting to see that. And also I want to congratulate the parents in the community as well for their efforts in making that happen. So a round of applause for them. So thank you so much. Next slide. And this next example is just an example of just some of the ways our schools provide support to our families. And this one is from Del Valle. And you can see this mentioned earlier about students learning about the expectations for Zoom. And so those are all expectations. And we call those norms as adults with respect to how do we behave when we're in a Zoom meeting, and when we're in a meeting, what's appropriate and what's not. So this is an example of what they're doing to try to provide some normalcy as much as possible for our students. And they have Spirit Week. And there you can see there's Pajama Day, favorite shirt, favorite hat, college shirts, and Del Valle Spirit attire. I know I was at a school site this past week, and I believe it was at, I'm blanking out on the school name, but it was crazy hair day. And there were teachers who were working on site with their hair colored, and some teachers with hairs and going in different directions. And so the point I'm making here is that teachers make the difference, and they make it fun. The school community sets the culture. So I'm really excited and pleased to see this happening for our students, that we are providing a way for our students to obtain some type of normalcy with the programming that would have occurred at the school site level. Next slide, please. This is example from Mesa Robles. And as you all know, textbook distribution is still ongoing. There are still items that are being distributed to our students. And I know with the math, that was one of the items that we were still waiting on. And I know that those are should be close to finalization. There's still some schools that may be missing some. So we're working with each of our schools to try to resolve that. And you see here an example of some of our kinder teachers there with a banner there that says, "Kinder teachers miss you." It's been really nice as I've been driving up to our schools to see some of these banners across many of our campuses with messages to our students that they see, whether it's a distribution for meals or whether it's the textbook distributions. Those banners make a difference because it shows our students, we miss you, we care. Next slide, please. Now this one here is an example of all of our meal distribution that's happening across the district at all of the various school sites. And so we are pleased to report and announce that the federal government actually eased the restrictions on providing meals, and we are able now to provide meals for everyone. And so the requirement that they needed to have a student ID number and punch in the number, that is no longer required anymore. We are serving meals to all students who show up at any of the meal distribution sites. And so we know this is a much needed resource for our families and for our community. So we're happy to see the federal government ease that restriction. And we believe this restriction is set through December of this year. So we'll see what happens, once January comes, whether that restriction is still in place or not, but we just want to make sure that our families take advantage of this as well. Next slide, please. Student outcomes. Next slide. This is an example of our adult education program. Our certified nursing assistant completer ceremony was held, and this is one of the programs that is in operation. And so for the community that may not be aware, all of our adult education programs that feed into a course of study that tie into an essential area or an essential sector, we are allowed to offer in-person instruction, obviously using social distancing. And you can see, they're getting their certificate, they're socially distanced in each of those pictures. But we are allowed to operate these programs because we know that the minute they become certified, they'll be helping out there in the much needed healthcare system, which I know is very depleted of many folks who have the certification to take on that role. And we do thank them, our students, for completing this, because we know they'll be out there on the front line supporting our essential workers and our first responders. So congratulations to our certified nursing assistant students, and wish them well in their future endeavors. Next slide, please. Orange Grove Middle School. So you could see here just an example of all of the great things they are offering for our students with the clubs. And I know as I'm looking at this list, there are many ways to stay active and stay involved. We actually had a conversation with our principals about ensuring that they're offering all of these club offerings, that they're still ongoing, that students are able to connect, because we know students being involved in 2 activities outside of something what's considered outside of core, we know that makes a difference with respect to their GPA and their student engagement and their level of satisfaction in schooling. And that is proven by research. I've worked with schools in my past experiences where that's been the case, where the research clearly shows if students could be tied to some type of club, and the sweet spot seems to be two outside activities, 2 club activities, whether it's a sport and a club, or whether it's something they're involved with in their local community or local church group, and a club, that makes a difference and it makes an impact. And so we want to make sure that all of our schools are providing these opportunities for our students. So I do look forward to seeing more of these examples in our celebrations in the months to come. Next slide, please. This next slide comes to us from Sparks. And so Sparks has a very interesting competition there, which they commit to reading a million word challenge, which in this case, the students read 1,115,646 words. And that is an amazing feat. So we want to congratulate them for that. But I also understand as part of that challenge, the principal gets a pie in their face. So there you can see our principal, Mr. Barraza, with the pie in the face. And so hats off go out to him for being a good sport and putting up our students up to this great challenge, because we know there's no science to reading other than the more you read, the more you learn, the more you will get to places. So we want to encourage all of our students during this time, keep on reading, because that will take you places more than you'll ever know and more than you'll ever imagine. It opens up the world of opportunities. So we want to thank the team there at Sparks Elementary for all of the activities that they're doing for our students. Next slide. Sunset Elementary, we have a Student of the Month celebration, and I might say many of our schools are finding innovative ways to recognize students. Some are doing it as a Student of the Month example, and others are doing it in a drive through manner. I know I don't have a slide for this this time, but I'll put it up in our next celebration. I was at one of our elementary schools, Wing Lane Elementary School, where they honor student of the month through a drive through where the student just got their certificate, came through, took a picture, and out they went. So it's great to see all the innovative ways that our schools are honoring our students. So thank you to Sunset Elementary. Next slide. Again, here's the next slide that goes with it. Next slide, please. Race to Submit. So this is a competition that is done at the state level to encourage our students to submit their application, which is called the FAFSA application for free application for federal student aid, and or the California Dream Act application. And so there is a competition statewide. It happens every year. I've had schools in my past experience that have won this honor. So it's always great to see that for this category that we actually were placed in second overall in the state for schools with student enrollment count less than or equal to 50. So we want to congratulate Valley Community Day School for meeting this honor. Next slide, please. And Wedgeworth, they had an Attendance Spirit Week, neon, or the Attendance Spirit Week Tuesday, or it was neon on Tuesday and it was Crazy Hat Day on Wednesdays. So it's great to see that our littles there are engaged in this type of activity that builds culture and community. So hats off to the team there at Wedgeworth. Next slide, please. Our Wildcats, we have a National Merit semifinalist, Surgeon Kaur, who is part of a Congress of Future Medical Leaders, IB diploma candidate, and a weighted GPA of 4.48. How do you get there? That's amazing. That's amazing. So hats off go to her, her parents, and her teachers, and everybody there in the community that has been a support to her and has impacted her success. And so we're happy to see she's part of the Principals Advisory Council, and she is a ROAR leader. So thank you so much, Surgeon Kaur, for all of your efforts. Congratulations. Next slide, please. Parent and family engagement. Next slide. Back to school night. So as you heard, our students talk about back to school night. Those are still going on. I believe we may have just a few more, a couple more that still will be occurring. So I look forward to being able to participate in those. And so it's great to see all our parents showing up. We've had really great attendance at many of them. And so I encourage all of our parents, if they're at a school that has not had a back to school night, make sure you find out when it's happening, because I do know there is a couple of schools that still is having their back to school night in the upcoming week. So next slide, please. Mesa Robles. So this was part of food distribution that was sponsored by the district and also sponsored by board member Gino Kwok. And so it was really great to see this happening. And, you know, we were there that day, and it was great to see the excitement of our families as they drove up and they got their box, because they each got a box who showed up of all of the food supplies and some of the other needs that we know that they need during this time. And so it was great to be able to do that and be there at the food distribution. And I know there were other sites. There were 2 other sites where the food distribution also occurred. And I know Mr. Kwok was able to go to those, but I wasn't able to attend those other 2. But I did want to make it a point to attend at least one of them so I could see this in action. And some of the other pictures there also, I believe there's a picture there from my visit at Mesa Robles as well, which I was at earlier in the week. So overall, a great program to support our students and families. And thank you. Next slide, please. Orange Grove Middle School. This is just a celebration of National Arts and Education Week. They have their 4th annual Chalk It Up event. And so we look forward to seeing some of the events or some of the events that they're gonna be doing. I do have my own. I might say I got my own flyer and I got my own chalk. So now that's a challenge. Now I have to do something with it and make my own drawing, and I'll be taking a picture of it. So exciting to see some of the other work. So thank you to Orange Grove for all of their work in promoting student engagement and promoting family engagement as well. So we want to make sure that students are involved. Next slide, please. And that completes our celebrations. And so we want to just take this, in closing, this fine opportunity to thank all of our students for all of your efforts, everything you're doing to stay logged on every single day, to make sure that you're connecting with your teachers. And teachers, thank you for all that you're doing to stay connected with your students and your families. And so we want to say thank you so much for all of your work, and all of our administrators as well. Thank you for your leadership and leading our schools, and thank you for your support. And finally, to our families, thank you so much. And please let us know if you need anything, if there is something at the school site that you need support with, please reach out. And so with that concludes my report. So I'll hand it back over to our board president, or President Duarte. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. We'll move on to 3 hearing 3.01A. Public hearing regarding the 2020-2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. Go ahead and open the hearing at this time. We didn't receive any requests for speakers for the hearing. Oh, no, we do have one. Looks like Margaret Caldero would like to speak for the hearing. I don't see her on. All right, no, we don't see her on. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the hearing at this time. For communications, since we don't see Margaret on, we'll go ahead and start with Joyce with SEIU.
Hello, Mr. Doherty, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Okay.
Joyce.
Okay. Good afternoon, board president, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, cabinet, and the online audience. SEIU would like to thank the board and the district for the supplemental employee retirement plan. As we are in full support of this voluntary supplemental plan, which provides an additional additional monthly amount to our PERS, retirement income, and benefits. Our members who have been thinking about retiring and now might be thinking about retirement really will enjoy seeing this plan. You know that these types of incentives very rarely come by. We are pleased for that the district has shared this with us, and waiting to see what our members will say once it comes out, hopefully tomorrow. This is generous to all our members, I feel, for all our units, the teachers and also CSCA. But I'm not speaking for them. I'm just think it's good. It's good for all of us. In addition, we would like to thank Jill Rojas for her support with some of the issues that we have had with the remote working from home. We have successfully been able to manage and problem solve some of these issues, but we still have a few more to go through. But with her support and communication with the directors or supervisors, I think we will be able to get through them. We continue to work closely with Ms. Rojas if anything comes up with the remote work. Sorry, I keep on saying remote learning. I'm thinking distant learning. We urge the board and the superintendent to continue to work towards building employee, community, and student morale during this district learning. Transparency has been a major factor in the district, and we encourage you to continue your efforts to help bridge the division. As always, thank you. But first of all, I would also like to send my condolences to the family of Mr. Dan Holloway, a community member, counselor that for many years and a support for our district. And also, please remember our heroes of 9/11, which tomorrow will be the 19th anniversary. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Joyce. All right, I still don't see Margaret on, so we'll go ahead and jump to HLPTA, Mr. Billy Joe Wright.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Billy. Go to begin.
I just thought I'd do the dramatic pause. All right. Good evening, Board President Anthony Duarte, board members, Superintendent Jimenez, Cabinet, and those listening at home. My name is Billy Joe Wright, proud son of a La Puente High School graduate and current president of the Hacienda La Puente Teachers Association. 1 month into the 2021 school year, we all continue to do our best to stay above water and not drown. A huge thank you to our students and guardians for hanging in here with us. Thank you to our classified family for being the operational backbone, and district staff for all of your commitment to helping our members do our jobs. Thank you to my members, the nurses, psychologists, speech language pathologists, counselors, TOSAs, COSAs, and teachers, child development, pre-K through 12, and adult ed. You are the MVPs for continuing to meet the educational needs of our students the best we can while operating under challenging circumstances. In my last speech to this board, I made you aware of unnecessary changes the district chose to make, impacting 8 different sites and many classes as well as students. Many of the negative impacts are still being felt. Here are some words from one teacher, quote, "On the last day of the 2019-20 school year, I was found out that we were losing 1 to 2 FTE teaching positions at my school site. Then the 3rd week of the 2021 school year, we were told we were losing a teacher at my new school site, and I thought I was going to have to leave. I ended up staying, but I would have to have my new classes that I've been working with changed. I was given the following day to say goodbye to my class, and I would be starting with my new class a few days later. Without any word from the district, I found out that my Canvas course was deleted, a new one in its place. I stayed up until almost midnight to recreate my course. All other content, quizzes, etc., everything I had made was gone. I understand that some people in the district think that I got it back. Maybe some other teachers did, but I didn't. There was no communication from the district at all during this time. I had to refresh my memory to be a 5th grade teacher overnight. Based on the way class sizes and the way things worked out for students and staff involved, all of these changes seemed so unnecessary to me. We are in a pandemic, and poor planning on the district's part for 4 FTE positions just seems ridiculous to me, especially since one of the positions gained was at the school I was made to leave just a few months prior. They had months to look at the numbers. The numbers may even change in several weeks. To make all these changes for 4 FTE positions is just mind-blowing. It seems that it all comes down to money, not the well-being of their employees and students. I simply wanted to share the added stress of being moved after the start of the school year for the 2nd time," end quote. This teacher, like many others, has had more undue stress added, as well as the students and parents. several who have had a hard time adjusting. As teachers, we understand, but we need parents to know that we don't make these decisions. Now that we are doing remote learning, it is a good reminder to all that teachers go through many years of schooling, including a credential year, mentoring, and ongoing training to best meet the diverse learning needs of students, as well as social emotional needs of all students. We need to be able to focus on our students and tweak our lessons as we go. So we have an ask. Parents and administrators, please allow us space to do what we do best, teach. We can then use conferences and regular communications to check in. We want to focus as much as we can on our students like we do in the traditional setting. By the way, we all want to be back in the classroom with our students, but we will only return when it is safe and proper safety protocols are in place. That means wear masks and practice social distancing with lots of hand washing. Too many have died because misinformation from the President of the United States, and many do not understand the importance of adhering to safety guidance. That said, as a district, we must do more to set a standard of safety protocols on our campuses now, especially if we expect to expand operations someday. The other day, I was in a Zoom meeting with 2 administrators sitting in the same small office with no masks. When I noted they are not following the guidance, they seem to not be aware of the guidance from LA County Public Health or what this district says it has in place. In fact, when I met with the administrators today, they had almost no safety protocols in place. At their site with at least 8 employees, this is what they said the protocols are, quote, "We arrive with the mask, go to our office, and have hand sanitizer." For visitors, they said visitors wear a mask, they go through the gate where there is hand sanitizer, sign in, and go to the conference room, which is a portable, end quote. When I asked how many people they allow in that room at one time, the administrator said, I guess the number would be about 10. This means this district is not conducting regular employee screenings each time a person comes to work, and they are not taking temperatures. Why are we not taking safety seriously? The district celebrated having a RISE committee and still repeats the associations participated. You all even created a flashy, fancy book. To be clear, CSEA and HLPTA do not consider us having anything to do with that book or committee because the district disbanded it at will and did not incorporate the safety protocols we asked for. We will not play around with the lives of our students and staff. I encourage every single staff member and parent to ask administrators on a regular basis what the safety protocols are that they have in place on their campus. Then make sure they are being followed. If we do not get this down now, with no students and minimal staffing, this will be a serious, potentially deadly nightmare as we start to come back together. That said, the state continues to update guidance around safety and servicing different populations. One area recently updated is around special education. Once again, the district decided to move forward with the distribution of information without engaging HLPTA. We have given notice that we demand a bargain. We have not heard back yet, but did get 2 meetings insofar as to obtain basic information. Once again, we see 2 things: no clear safety protocols and more work to be dumped on people already drowning from being overworked. The administrators overseeing special education must do better than just creating more documents and more work. They must assist with figuring out how this extra workload will be distributed and performed with safety protocols in place. We expect to hear back soon in regards to our demand to bargain. I cannot stress how serious we take the safety of students and staff. Just today, I was reading an article about at least 5 teachers from different states that have died just since the start of the fall semester. Hitting home with our demand to bargain is the death this past Sunday of a special education teacher, Ashley Demarinis, who died this past Sunday after showing symptoms 4 days after the start of school. So yes, we take safety protocols very seriously. Yes, we expect management to follow the guidance and not disregard it by not wearing masks while in offices with other people. Yes, we expect the district to have and enforce safety protocols. Yes, we expect the district to work with the associations when there are changes to work environments and workloads. Most importantly, to ensure the safety of everyone. As an HLP USD family and community, we must work together so we can be back together as soon as possible in safe classroom environments. I heard there was a meeting for parents to review the Temple Academy property and answering some questions. Will the district be conferring with HLPTA and the association soon? Or do we have to push our way through the door on this too? It does not have to be this way. We are also proud to let you know that Newton's Miss Shannon Ladwig is highlighted in our CTA Educator magazine this month under the article titled, quote, Back to School 2020 Distance Thoughts, Maintaining Focus on Students Amid an Uncertain Future. I will send you all a copy of this article. Shannon represents the professionalism, heart, and commitment our members perform their job roles with. So I'd like to share some of her words. Quote, when March 13th happened and suddenly my students were not returning to the classroom, I was not returning to the classroom. I was at a loss on what to do. But I knew I could not, under any circumstances, lose my connections, my relationships with these kids. So before I started to create online lessons, I stuck with what I knew: connect and stay connected. Staying connected to students and families, providing strong online programs, recording lessons, and bringing in fun activities worked for my students. You know, we have been challenged every year with new schedules, new students, new programs, and more. While this challenge is like no other, the solution is the same. We need to remember, we got this. So connect with students and their families and get those Google Classroom, Zoom meetings, and Remind class codes set up, because you are about to have the biggest impact on students this year, and they will remember you and this time forever, end quote. Ms. Ladwig is a leader, a mentor, and someone that represents the very best of all of us as teachers and this district. Thank you, Dr. Jimenez, for helping come to the table recently on a few roadblocks. You're engaging me and helping to set up some meetings. Just, it helps and it's appreciated. Thank you, Annie and Jill, for meeting with us, answering our questions and our concerns. It really helped getting the information and having an open conversation. Thank you, Dr. Fancer. Judy, you've been great in working with me to keep this labor management train on the tracks. I mean, we have meetings coming up from NPDL to LMI, and it's nice to know that working with you and Dr. Jimenez under this board's leadership, no matter what comes up, we are so committed to keeping labor management a priority in our district. Finally, I want to echo some words that Joyce said earlier. This community, this school district, our students, my students, didn't just lose a councilman, didn't just lose a friend. We lost someone much bigger than any of those words can describe. We lost someone who saw the very best in our potential and wanted our kids to not just learn about their own potential, but the role that they can play in civic life. As a government teacher, I've had so much respect for Mr. Holloway, because you can empower someone with an education, but man, empower someone with how to do things and work with government, you can help them change the world. So to Dan Holloway's friends, family members, and everyone who loved him, I send you condolences on behalf of our members, and we will all miss you, Dan. Thank you all, and good night.
Thank you, Billy. All right, I see that Margaret's now on. So Margaret Caldera with CSEA.
Hello, Mr. Duarte. Actually, I've been on since 4 o'clock, so I heard everything that you said, and I don't understand why you didn't see me up there. Possibly some tech issues, but I've been on, and I've actually sent a request to speak on the hearing. Can you?
I called your name. We did call out for you, Margaret. We did know that.
I did hear you, and I was on. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what happened because I never got called to speak. I heard you say my name and said that I wasn't on, but I was on. I've been on since 4 o'clock.
All right, well, we apologize for that. We didn't see you, so, but you can go ahead and speak now.
Okay, so can I speak on the hearing?
You can speak on, it's your time, so anything you want.
Okay, so on the hearing item, I wanted to just speak on that because I was going over the learning continuity and attendance plan, and there's some information in this plan that is incorrect. It's not accurate. Where it says here, over the recent spring and summer months, Hlpusd, educators, staff, and leaders had navigated the challenges evolving through that plan, during the COVID-19 closures between March 16th and May 21st. That resulted in immediate transition. Okay, so I'm not sure who had those conversations, but I know CSEA was definitely not a part of that. It also says in the next paragraph that there was engagement of Hlpusd stakeholders and their ongoing feedback regarding all aspects of reopening safe and innovative schools while in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that it has been an integral and invaluable component of the planning process and to the development of this plan. So that is completely false. Again, CSEA was never a part of the reopening. We were not brought in until the forming of that RISE committee, which CSEA, the district was not open, truthful, and transparent, and did not treat us as an equal partner at that table. And we were just brought in there so that this fancy, cute little pamphlet can go out, and so the district can say, oh yeah, CSEA was a part of that. So as Billy Joe has stated, CSEA and HLPTA do not support, and we're not a part of that if our input was not included. So I'm going to ask that you change this, because this will be submitted to the state and it's false document. There's some other parts of this. Input from the RISE committee has influenced the plan development that is embedded throughout the various aspects of the plan. That is a completely false statement. And CSEA does not support the learning and continuity attendance plan template without changes to that. We want to be a part. We have asked over and over to be included, and we're not. So moving forward, please include us. Please update that language so it is true and accurate. That's what I have to say on the hearing. I'm sorry, I didn't even say my name, did I? My name is Margaret Caldera, CSEA Chapter 115 President. Good evening, school board members, Dr. Jimenez, and guests. Welcome to our union brothers and sisters that are listening in from CSEA, HLPTA, and SEIU. I would like to address a couple of items on the agenda. But before I do that, Billy Joe, the words that you just expressed regarding the passing of Councilmember Don Holloway, were so fitting of this gentleman. CSCA would also like to express that we are saddened by the loss of this great man who contributed so much to the residents of the city of La Puente and to Hacienda La Puente Unified School District community. Don Holloway, he was a man who helped others, a man dedicated to the education of our students, and a man who served the community wholeheartedly. We will miss his friendship. We will cherish his dedication and commitment to the city of La Puente. And also our sympathy to his wife, Hilda, who is also a CSCA 115 member. CSCA also lost a member, a custodian at Palm Elementary. He was with the district for many, many years, and he suffered a horrific accident and passed away as a result of his injuries. His name was Mike Lucero. And our sympathies also to his family. And now I would like to speak on agenda item 7.05C, Business and Operations, approve resolution number 2020/21-9, which is certificates of participation, a 2020 series, and the preparation and delivery of these documents. So the district is proposing to sell certificates of participation for the construction and permanent school buildings at Wedgeworth Elementary School to replace the portable buildings. The properties that will be leased to a corporation are Glen A. Wilson High School with the insurance value of $47+ million, and Mesa Robles with the insurance value of $14+ million. So in the COP's financing, the district leases property to a corporation, and then the corporation leases that property back to the district. The lease payments that the district makes to the corporation are the basis of the financing that is used to create the COP security. These are 2 school properties which will be pledged as a security that creates a COP structure. Once the COPs are fully paid off by the taxpayers, again, on top of the then the properties will be removed. So to me, that sounds like you're gambling with the future education of our students in Hacienda La Puente to pursue the building of one school that will not encompass all of the schools. Not everyone will gain from that. As school board members, you were elected to be the voice and be the representatives and to be fiscally responsible. This, what you're doing, you're gambling. It's like playing Russian roulette with education of children. This is not what you should be doing. You should be not, you don't know what gamble you're taking, especially right now with COVID. We don't know what the next few years are going to look like, and you want to gamble on potentially losing some property, you're not sure what the funding is going to look like, you don't know where more money is coming, plus you already have the residents still paying off the bond that didn't work well way back when, and now you have the other bond that the residents won't be the ones who will finish paying that bill. It's going to be their children's children. Please, gentlemen, think about what you're doing. Be fiscally responsible. Do what you were elected to do. And if you're not able to do so, then please step down so that others can come in and do what they're supposed to do. The next item, 7.05D, Business and Operations, Temple Academy Performing Arts Center. So I actually spoke about this when you had it on a closed session agenda item. I asked about that. At that meeting, you came back and said no action taken. The next thing you know, there's an article in the newspaper saying that the Board of Supervisors is moving forward with an aquatic center. Now, I'm not saying that we're against it, and I'm not saying that we're for it. And yes, an aquatic center, will be beneficial to the community. A performing arts center would be beneficial to the community. But gentlemen, what you seem to be ignoring over and over and over again is that you lack transparency. You lack communication. And it's not because you don't know that you have to, because you know that you have to. People, community, employees have been asking you to be transparent over and over and over again. Maybe if you would be transparent, maybe you would have more support for some of these programs or some of these projects. But if you continue to be the way you are and operate the way you're operating, you're not going to have the support. We need representatives to speak on our behalf in the best interest of everyone in Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. So I attended a meeting yesterday for parents. And in that meeting, I asked, how long has this been in the plan? And I was told by you, Mr. Duarte, that it's been 6 years. 6 years that you guys have been discussing this. How many times have you brought this out to the community, to the stakeholders? You have not. And then I even asked, where will the staff be displaced, laid off, terminated? And I was told that we will not have that information at this meeting because it's a parent meeting. Well, the parents have the right to know where the teachers will be going, where the support staff will be going. And then to be told, well, if you, for example, if you divide 80 students at this one school site and 80 at another and an 80 at another, that adds up to about 3 teachers. So that's what, 9 teachers would then be sent to another school. What happens to everyone else? I asked, what about the school office manager? If that school is closed down, where are you going to send the school office manager? Are you going to put 2 school office managers at one site, 2 custodians at one site? I'm all for that, but is that what you're going to do? And then not to be given some answers to that. We have a right to know what's going on. You are selling and leasing property that does not belong to you. You are there to oversee that, but you are not there to do as you please. And these employees deserve some answers. The associations deserve some answers. The community, the parents, the students deserve some answers. Work with us. Do not work against us. Work with us. The next item, 7.04A, Human Resources, Resolution 2021, which is regarding the Supplemental Employee Retirement Plan, SERP. This is a wonderful idea, especially because we're not sure how funding is going to look like. So if employees have an opportunity to retire early, you know, and not lose part of the income that they would receive, and medical, which is, I think, the most important out of everything is the medical. I think it's a wonderful idea moving forward. It's great. However, I do want to state this on record, is that CSEA will be sending out a demand to negotiate this. And I don't always have bad news to say. When there's good things to say, I will share that. Right now, I'd like to say thank you to Jill Rojas. There was a confirmed case of COVID out of NCS, and she sent out the letter. The letter was slightly different. It gave a little bit more information. And so, Jill, I did send out an email or a text, I'm not sure, telling you that I appreciate that. I also let Dr. Jimenez know, and now I'm letting the school board know and the community know. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And I know not only do CSEA members appreciate that, but also all employees who have been currently working, all classified staff who have continued to work and have come back to work. And there continue to be safety issues, just as Billy Joe has said, you know, there are continuing safety issues. We are there every single day. A lot of our members and also SEIU members have not had the opportunity to work remotely. And that's part of the guidance, is to be able to, for the employer to offer remote work whenever possible. And what's happening is that we're being told that, oh, we're waiting for CSEA to finish negotiating with the district. You know, gentlemen, if it was up to us, we would have settled it on the first day. But obviously the district, you know, has proposed, they countered on that. I believe now we are very close to an agreement. At least we hope so. CSEA hopes so. You know, we would like to finish this as soon as possible. We're already into the second month of school, and we're negotiating the reopening of school. We never even got to negotiate the closing due to the COVID. We sent out a demand letter, and that was never addressed. And that was when Annie was acting interim superintendent. We never got to negotiate that. And that's our right. But now we're in this phase, and hopefully when we meet again, I believe it's tomorrow, hopefully we'll come to an agreement. I also like to thank Judy Fancher. She sent out a childcare survey, and this is something that we've been discussing. And, you know, if there's an interest for it, because our employees have to come to work. We have children, they have children, minor children that cannot be home, but yet they have to come to work. And yes, there is some leave time, but you're limited. If school continues to be virtual learning, distance learning, you know, through the end of December, that time is going to be exhausted. Yet you still have to provide care, you know, for your children who are home. Some parents, you know, have been very fortunate, you know, that their spouse or a relative, you know, is able to care for them, or maybe even, you know, their children may be at high school level and are able to stay by themselves. But these children are suffering. These children are suffering on their own, having to navigate through this distance learning and not having their parents there because their parents have to work. A lot of these students are not even They don't even have an opportunity to go through that drive-through or walk up schools for the meal distributions, because we don't want to have children out wandering around in the streets, do we, gentlemen? You know, CSEA has proposed ways that we can give food, give the meals to them for those that cannot go out. We need to continue to look into this. But we also, you know, need to find, if this is something that's needed, you know, childcare for the employees, for the hundreds of employees that are working right now. So thank you, Judy, for sending that out. I also wanted to give thanks to the student representatives. I hope they're still listening. And I want to say thank you for stepping up during this COVID situation. And I like to thank you for taking on a leadership role and doing what you can to keep the students engaged. You are all very special. All students are special. But to take the lead, you take on an extra responsibility. So I'd just like to say thank you so much. And if there's anything that CSEA can do to help you with that, please reach out. My name is Margaret Caldera, and I work at Sparks Middle School. You also have another CSEA representative, our leader, that's Sue Walker, an attendance clerk at La Puente High School. Please reach out. And we can do what we can to try to help assist you through that and further engage students in distance learning. Also like to remind all the students and the parents, please take advantage of Ian Calderon's College Fair. It's always been a success. And thank you, Ian Calderon, for that. It's September the 12th. It's going to be different. It's going to be virtual, but I'm sure it's going to be just as successful. Also like to remind everyone, please make sure that you complete the census. That information is valuable so we can get monies into our communities, monies into our schools. Please make sure you fill it out. I think there's only a few more days left. I'm not exactly sure, probably till the end of the month, but please don't wait for that. I'd also like to say at the closing at the last school board meeting, the district school board members were discussing their personnel commission appointment. And Mr. Kwok and Mr. Chang mentioned that that the current commissioner, Mr. Henry Gonzalez, was interested, and they felt that he would be a good candidate to continue. But they also mentioned that the reason would be because his spouse is an employee. So again, gentlemen, you need to be very careful on what the merit system is. And to appoint someone because they have a relationship with an individual in that district is completely against what the merit system stands for. The merit system was put in place to protect against the spoil system, so that people are hired on the basis of their skills. They take tests, they take interviews. Hiring should not be based on who you know or who you're related to. So your comments were completely against the principles of the merit system. And I'm really surprised, gentlemen, you two have been on the school board for many, many, many years, and you have said that you support classified staff, but those comments were completely against classified. Please review the Personnel Commission website so you can see what it stands for. And in closing, I would like to wish I wished everyone had a happy Labor Day, a safe Labor Day, practice social distancing, and we need to continue to do so. It's very important that we maintain safety, wearing masks, wearing gloves, washing our hands as often as possible, using hand sanitizer, and please minimize those social interactions so that we can get back to some kind of normalcy, so we can come back to open up the schools, so we can bring the children back to schools, because that's where they learn the best. So we can bring all employees back and focus on what we should be focusing is making sure that these students get the best education that we can provide for them. And Hacienda La Puente Unified School District does exactly that. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Margaret. All right, moving on to 4.01B, audience members who filed requests to speak. First up is Alex Kuo.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Alex. Go ahead and begin.
Perfect. My name is Alex Kuo, and I am a parent and resident of nearby Wedgeworth. I originally was not from Hacienda Heights. I was originally from Baldwin Park. I grew up in Hacienda Heights, went to Los Molinos Elementary School, and and when I had children, family and friends who were still in the Hacienda neighborhood told me about Wedgeworth and what a great school was, and all the staff, the wonderful principal, the programs they had. So we started forming our, I want to say it's more like I say 10-year plan, but it's more like a 16-year plan because we have 2 kids now, and Wedgeworth and Wilson High School. I mean, listening to the statistics earlier about how Wilson performed on national and state ranking, I mean, it just fills my heart with joy. It's great. It's unfortunately, we're at this part in our lives where we're kind of arguing the merit of building the school. And I understand all the merits, I mean, all the arguments being made. There was something about the baseball field and school budget and whatnot, funding. I understand all that about, even the neighbors, or, there's talk about like what the new development will be like and how it's going to affect traffic. I understand all that. I live right here. I live across the street, as a matter of fact. And the way I see it is, and it's not from a personal perspective, because personally, I moved over here for school. I want this education for my kids. But the way I see it is, if we don't build this school now, it's only going to get more expensive in the future. And if we don't build the school now, the school might fail. What are we going to do? We're just going to keep adding trailers? Is that the solution? There's pest infestations. There are kids. I mean, last year, my child was a kindergartner. They have to wait out in the cold, in the rain. Every morning, I have to apply tons of sunblock or make sure that they're dressed appropriately. I'm always concerned about my little ones. It is unfortunate that I even have to say this. Hello, still there?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, someone tried calling in, I had to hang up on real quick. And it's unfortunate we have to say this. And board members, esteemed board members, everyone, administrators, I do not envy your jobs at this point. You guys have a tough decision to make, and you guys are making it. I applaud your courage on this. The way I see it, it's an investment in the future, Okay, it's going to be
Thank you.
a
Thank you,
great
Mr. Cole.
role model.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Cole. That's your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Adriana Quinones.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, board and audience members. Today I have different things that I would like to bring to your attention. First of all, our communities are very disappointed with the continuous lack of respect. There is no community outreach as to the proposed facility improvements or projects. One of the projects is in La Puente, Temple Academy. We were made aware by local newspaper that this project was in the works for 6 years, but the community, parents, teachers, and staff were not made aware of that. I'm a little surprised by Supervisor Solis's office. They are normally very good with community outreach. Make no mistake, we know that this is a very good project. What is bothering us is the lack of transparency, which is very common in this district. Another project that has really made us distrust the board and cabinet is the creative financing with the Wedgewood project. Why are we rushing this project? A responsible action would be to await until the new board members come into place. Many residents, parents, employees have a lot of trust in Superintendent Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. He should have been able to select his cabinet and not attempt to represent some of the questionable actions that he has nothing to do with. Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, you should be given the opportunity to one day leave a legacy of trust, high achievement in all schools in the district, and a great partnership with the communities in the district, employees, parents, and students. I'm urging the board to pause on future projects to ensure the Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, new board members are able to revisit and ensure all the necessary steps were taken and is something that the community, parents, employees want for our communities. Another concern we have in the community is how are we ensuring that the homeless students and the students with no internet access can get an education? One of the things that we really need to focus on is the district doing anything to promote completing the census, like sending emails to parents, having students have a competition, the schools with 100% participation get a special recognition, etc. Another thing that I heard from Margaret today was those students that are left alone and that are not able to pick up their lunch or breakfast. Is there a way that perhaps they can be delivered to their home? And that way you can ensure that these kids are actually eating properly. That's definitely something that is of concern to me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Sherry Chang. Nancy, looks like she's on there twice. Why don't we try the other one?
Hello.
Hello, Sherry. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, good evening, board members and superintendents and audience members. My name is Sherry Chang. My son goes to Wedgewood Elementary and he is 5th grade now. I'm very happy to see that Hlpusd is forward thinking and trying to build new facilities for our students. I want to urge you to vote yes on the Wedgewood project funding. Since we are doing all distance learning, now is the perfect time to start building Wedgewood since no students are on campus. So thank you for supporting Wedgewood project.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Carissa Yu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Carissa. Go ahead and begin.
How much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, and cabinet members. I'm Carissa Yu, and I used to be a student at Wedgeworth from kinder through 5th grade. I am an 8th grader now, and I'm here to speak for my little brother who is in 3rd grade. The first time I spoke to the community about this project was when I was in 5th grade, and since then I've continued to speak up at board meetings on this matter. From 2011 until now, I have watched Wedgeworth grow. We started off with only 300 students, but now we have more than 600. Yet the facilities are still the same. And we can't even add more portables because there isn't enough space to accommodate this growing student body. Wedgeworth has been a portable school for 51 years. We need permanent buildings and enough space to fit all of our students. On June 11th, thanks to the board members, we were able to gain approval for the new school. Every time we passed by Wedgeworth, my brother would ask if the building of the new school has started yet. This is the deciding meeting for our dream to come true. Dear board members, please vote yes to approve the funding for a permanent school. We cannot put it off anymore. We need to have a safe and sufficient environment for our students. In addition, like Sherry had mentioned, this is the perfect time to start construction as there are no students on campus. When we have our new school, students will be able to have enough bathrooms and sinks. When we have our new school, students will not have to stand in the rain and heat while waiting for lunch. When we have our new school, students will be able to attend school-wide assemblies without having to sit on top of one another. When we have our new school, students don't have to worry about sharing their classroom with rodents. Again, thank you for your constant support.
Thank you, Krista. Next, we have Christine Salazar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Christine. Go to begin.
Thank you very much. Okay, first of all, I want to say, my deepest condolences to the Holloway family. One of my most fondest memories of Dan is the fact that he was always very invested in the community of not just La Puente, but also in Hacienda Heights. And I was very fortunate enough to have met and discussed different issues that were rising up in regards to the school district. So to all his family and friends, I do send all my love and thoughts your way. So I'm going to be talking in regards to two items, items 7.05 C. Resolution for the funding of the Wedgeworth project. And one of the things that does concern me when I was reading it was the fact that there's too many questions as to, or too many probabilities as to what can happen if we can't afford, or if we default on any of our payments. And the fact that one of the things that one of the board members had said that if we were to build the Wedgeworth project, it would be profitable. And I know that the language has changed. I know Dr. Jimenez has updated the language, but it makes me think, like, how are we going to profit if we're going to have probably at least 20 years worth of multi-million-dollar payments for this project at the expense of leasing out, not anymore Glen Wilson or Mesa, but it's going to be 2 or more school sites. And so that's a great concern, because what's going to happen if we can't make those payments? It's just too many what ifs. And granted, of course, anyone would go ahead and say we need to build on, build permanent structures and what have you. But the fact of the matter is that if we can't afford it, then what is the true cost of this? And then second is the Performing Arts Center. One of the things that is very much repeated over and over again is lack of transparency. 6 years you guys have been discussing an aquatic center. Yet, and when I asked last night at the Temple parent meeting of sorts, there was no action taken in regards to the aquatic center, but you do have to remember that the aquatic center is going to be built on a school site, on district property. So some action had to have taken place. And the fact that we don't see it here is what's greater concern. And if there was an action taken, it was done behind closed doors, backdoor deals and what have you. And you guys are continuing to have this mistrust with the district.
Thank you, Christine. Next, we have Vivian Kuo.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Vivian. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, dear Dr. Jimenez, board members, and all. My name is Vivian Kuo. I'm a regular. Two of my children go to Wedgeworth, and I'm a Wilson's High School alumni. I'm mainly to speak in support of the Wedgeworth financing project, not just because my children go to Wedgeworth, but because I care about the long-term sustainability of this school district. Earlier, some union leaders have speak about financing and all that, and say building the school will only benefit the students at the school. That is not true. I have shared the stats many times in previous meetings before. The funding of student follow students' head, whether you come from within this district or outside of the school district. The funding from the federal and from the states follow the student headcount. Each student headcount brings in about 8,000-9,000 into the school district, and district decide which goes to Wedgeworth students funding. Just because my kid go to Wedgeworth, the funding my kid brings in don't necessarily go to Wedgeworth. It gets redistributed. When you look at per student funding, you are seeing that Wedgeworth is the least funded school, which means the money Wedgeworth student brings in gets redistributed to every other school. The per student funding Wedgeworth students are using is actually about 21% lower than the entire district average. So saying that, and Wedgeworth is the only school that has people on wait list trying to get in. The student counts are increasing, okay? Every school in the United States is fighting for more students to keep their students, to increase enrollment. And then you have this school within the district that's performing great. It's actually supplementing all the other schools. So you cannot say building the school only benefits the Hacienda High community, or only benefits the school. And another thing is, it's very pressing to build the school right now. Due to the pandemic, few months ago, there is a young lady speak saying that, oh, because of the pandemic, you don't need real school anymore, traditional school anymore. I am sure as educator and as parents and students who have experienced distance learning for a few months now since March, everybody disagree with that, because distance learning does not equal to the in-person learning, the classroom setting. We still need that, especially at the younger age. That is very crucial, important. Right now, our teachers are working very hard to supplement that. And Wedgeworth's current structure has a problem of continue to provide a safe environment for students to do that. Portable structures do not have sink. I visit other school. I visit school in La Puente. All the permanent structure classrooms, each classroom has a sink. They can promote frequent hand washing. Wedgeworth do not. Wedgeworth's restroom to student ratio is 1 to 100. But the 1 to 100 is based on how many stools are in each restroom. But each restroom has about 3 to 4 stools, but only has 2 sinks to wash your hands. So if you're doing a sink to student ratio, that's even worse. And small, not crowded. So we absolutely need this project to pass and construction start ASAP in order to bring students back on campus safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Next, we have Anita Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Anita, go ahead and begin.
Okay. Good evening, school board members and superintendents and audience member. My name is Anita. I'm the parent of a first grader at Wedgeworth. I just want to say thank you so much for supporting my daughter's school and her future. Please vote yes on the school project to make it happen, since now is the perfect time to start the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Next, we have Karen Warman.
Hello.
Hi, Karen. Go ahead and begin.
Okay. Good evening. I was very upset to find out there was a community meeting about Temple that information was not given to all community residents. Why is there never any actions reported from closed sessions? As we know, there's many actions done during closed sessions that should be probably reported to us and not have residents find out about things in the newspaper. It's very upsetting when we're living in the school district area not to be informed. Oh, and also, we find out from Hilda Solis in the newspaper, and then even after Anthony Duarte stated on a comment on Facebook that Temple was not closing. So is the Aquatic Center going to be there with Temple open? I don't think so. So you need to keep the community informed rather than give us lies, like things like that. Wow, is all I can say. Oh, and also this district likes to spend money on projects when other schools need to be fixed up too. I understand the Wedgeworth. To me, if I was so unhappy having my child go to a school where I was not happy with the conditions, I would send them someplace else. There's other schools close by. I don't understand. As a parent, I would never keep my child at a school I was not happy with the conditions. I would also like to thank Superintendent Dr. Jimenez for helping our preschool parents with both Head Start and state preschool with families with hotspots. They are really happy to hear that they will be able to get them. Oh, and finally, I got word that our working time will be going back to pre-COVID time thanks to CSEA. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Hazel Ng. Hello, Hazel. Hazel, you there?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Hello? Hear me? Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Good evening.
Begin.
Board members. Hello?
Yes, go ahead and begin.
Okay. Good evening, board members, community members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, the Superintendent's cabinet members. I've been a Wedgeworth parent since 2011. I'm a PTO board member and school site council member. In the past decade, I've witnessed all the meetings and discussions about the building of a permanent school for Wedgeworth. I've seen how the needs for Wedgeworth has been put off because we are a portable school. I've seen portables brought in every year for the increasing number of students, but we still have the same NPR room, playground space, and restrooms. I've seen teachers waiting in line for washrooms during break time, and we have just celebrated the 50th anniversary last year for our temporary school. But today is the day. We have never come this close to seeing it happen. The board members who are supporting to approve the funding for building Wedgeworth will make history in the HLP USD. Thank you, Mrs. Bowie, for the hard work to secure funding for the Wedgeworth project. I sincerely hope that all of you, Mr. Duarte, Mr. Medrano, Mr. Delatorre, Dr. Chang, Mr. Kwok, will vote yes on this long due project funding proposal, so we can start the building of our permanent school as soon as possible. Lastly, I would like to thank the community members, parents, teachers, staff, and our principal for making Wedgeworth a great community and home for our kids to learn and grow. We love our school. We love our school because of the teachers, because of all the things that all the efforts are putting in, and our community. So we will not go away just because our school needs improvement in the facilities, which together I think we will able to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Frank Young.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Frank. Go ahead and begin.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable board members and the superintendents. My name is Frank Young. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak here. I have a 5th grade daughter in Wedgeworth and also serve the district advisory committee representing the school. Wedgeworth has always been excellent in education and is growing every year. It has been a California Gold Ribbon, Honor Roll, and Distinguished School, and also dual immersion Gold Bell Award School. Wedgeworth is proud to receive the Code to the Future State Contest highest Program of the Year Award and the highest National Blue Ribbon Award. However, Wedgeworth students and teachers are all looking forward to have an updated and safer school environment, which a school should have every single year, to continue the excellence in our school district. We all deeply appreciate your continued support to build a new permanent K-8 school for us. Please, no more portables. Your hard work, leadership, and achievement will be honestly remembered in Wedgeworth school history. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next, we have Susie Cervantes.
Hi, this is Susie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Susie. Go ahead and begin.
Good evening. My name is Susie Cervantes. I am a Wedgeworth parent, and I'm here to show support for the Wedgeworth project. My children have also attended Wing Lane in Grandview. I have also been a Head Start Policy Council member for 2 years. As a policy member, council member, sorry, I know how important funding is, and I know that it's a big responsibility voting on how to use and spend these funds. As a parent that likes to be involved and enjoys volunteering and has seen other schools within the school district, I can tell you that Wedgeworth is in very poor conditions. And we need to move forward with the Wedgeworth project. Wedgeworth doesn't have enough restrooms. It doesn't have a kitchen. It doesn't have a single permanent building. I know that if it wasn't for distance learning, some of our children would be eating outside with ashes falling on their food because, as most of us know, Wedgeworth NPR is very small. Yes, it is an expensive project, but we can't put a price on safety because this is what this is all about. It's the safety for our children, for the students and the staff. The longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. Please approve the Wedgeworth project. Let's move forward with this project. Moving our children to another school is not going to resolve the issue that Wedgeworth still needs a permanent building. They just celebrated their 50th year anniversary at the beginning of this year, and they're still in portables. I think that's unacceptable. So please approve the project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alki Tapia.
Hi, good evening, board members, Dr. Jimenez and cabinet and the community. I'm questioning why you are leasing out Wilson High School and Mesa Robles as collateral for the next 25 years to fund the Wedgeworth project, which I don't feel is needed at all. I agree with Margaret that I think this is very irresponsible. The students at Wedgeworth could easily attend Bixby or Cedar Lane, which is just down the street, and it would save the district like $50 million. And that money could be used to upgrade the existing buildings or campuses in the district. Instead of all these parents complaining about Wedgeworth's conditions and how horrible it is, why don't they just move their kids to another school? It's the parents' choice to keep them there. So if they're keeping their kids at a school with horrible conditions, that is their choice. I hardly ever hear parents speaking out about the Wedgeworth parents speaking out about the inequalities that are going on the La Puente schools. So I don't agree with this Wedgeworth project at all. I also don't agree with how the district informed the parents and staff of Temple Academy about the Performing Arts Center. It was actually leaked to select family members by one board member, and then the community was informed via a third party. The district has known about this for the past 6 years, yet nothing was ever communicated to us for input. You're discounting the voices and needs of all your stakeholders and are making decisions based solely on what you want. Yes, having a performing arts center is wonderful, but it does not justify the lack of transparency and communication between the board members and its stakeholders. The community should have been involved in this decision. You represent the stakeholders and not your own individual wants. And I think this is something that this board and cabinet have forgotten. It's sad and shameful to see this power trip. Today also is World Suicide Prevention Day, and I want to acknowledge those who have been affected or know someone that has been affected by this issue. You are important and you matter, and please reach out to those that may be struggling and discuss this issue. With awareness comes action, and it helps to shine a spotlight on mental health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Wang.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello,
Catherine, go ahead and begin.
Yes, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm the new parents of the Wedgeworth Elementary School kindergarten students. Okay, so my kids just go to kindergarten this year, and thanks to COVID-19, and I haven't been to Wedgeworth inside a lot, but I'm surprised that over 10 years and people still debating, are we going to do that? Are we going to do this? Imagine like one to 100 ratio use bathroom. How come? This is America. We are not in India somewhere. Okay. But all right. So thank you. I want to say thank you to our principal, Dr. Cho, and all teachers in Wedgeworth Elementary School for their passion to education and the great efforts they made during COVID-19. And second, thanks school board members, whoever supported Wedgeworth renovations. Third, as one of the parents, I'm here to send my message to all of you. Please approve the funding distributions. And thank you for all your efforts, and good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Yang Tang.
Hi, can you hear?
We can hear you. Go ahead and begin.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, board member and the superintendent. I'm also Wedgeworth's parent, and I have 2 kids in Wedgeworth. Wedgeworth have the least square feet per student in whole school district. We know the same place hold 1 student in other school need to hold 5 or more students in Wedgeworth. And now with adding the portables, the area for Wedgeworth is keeping decreasing. I'm really worried if we keeping adding portables in the way and eating the playground, eating all the area, even my kids back to school, how they keep safety distance? No sink in each classroom, 1 restroom for all teachers. How we can keep them safe? No safe distance, no safe even in the restroom. Actually, as the other parents said before, it's not only for Wedgeworth. It bring money and distribute to other schools. Our community keep losing students in the past 20 years, and Wedgeworth is nearly double its enrolls in the past couple of years. It attracts more families to come to our area, and which improve the whole community. My daughter actually now is in 5th grade. We are really worried about where we can go for the 6th grade. I know a lot of my kids' classmates already left our area last year from 4th grade. We didn't move because we saw the progress of the Wedgeworth project and believe the construction will begin soon and will be done before we go to 6th grade. But so far we didn't see anything start. Now nearly every day, I just saw those parents talking, chatting in our group, say like how to apply for the waiting list in Walnut or apply for Roland High School District. We want to stay here. We want to thank everybody who pushed the Wedgewood project and hope it can be speed up to keep current fifth grade students. Thanks.
Thank you. That was the last audience member who signed up to speak. We do have a request to take a short break. So it is exactly 7 p.m. right now. So we'll come back at 7:05. All right, do we got everybody coming back? All right, I see Mr. Del Torre, I see Dr. Jimenez. I see Mr. Medrano. I see Mr. Kwok. And there's Dr. Chang. All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. So 5, consent items. Action block covers all of the items listed in consent items category. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Kwok seconds. Motion by Mr. Chang, second by Mr. Kwok. Are there any items that a board member would like to have pulled? Mr. Del Torre?
Yes, can we have 7.05 or are we still on 5?
No, so this is just for 5s.
5, I'm sorry, my apologies.
So that won't be discussed on its own.
Thank you.
All right, one more time. Anyone want to pull any items? All right, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. John?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 6, policy item 6.01, first reading, none. 6.02, second reading and approval. 6.02A, approve revised board policy 4115, evaluation supervision. Can I have a motion?
Medrano makes a motion.
Motion by Mr. Medrano. Is there a second? I will go ahead and second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. John?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01 bond project. 7.01A, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending August 24th, 2020 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects. Do you have a motion?
Medrano makes a motion.
Motion by Mr. Medrano. Is there a second? I will go ahead and second. Dr. Chang seconds. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. John?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.02 Board of Education. 7.02A, approve resolution number 2020-21-4 proclaiming September 15th through October 15, 2020 Hispanic Heritage Month. Do we have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
So Chair second.
I heard Mr. Del Torre second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. John?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.02B, approve resolution number 2020-21-5 designating September 20th through the 26th, 2020 National Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. De La Torre.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. That you, Mr. Kwok, that seconded?
Yes, Mr. President.
Second by Mr. Kwok. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. C, approve resolution number 2020-21-6 in support of energy solutions. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chung. Is there a second?
Second. Kwok
Second
seconds.
by Mr. Kwok. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.03 instruction, none. 7.04 human resources. 7.04A, approve resolution number 2020-21-7 of the governing board of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District approving the supplemental employee retirement plan and authorizing execution and delivery of related documents and actions. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second. Joseph, second.
Second by Dr. Chung. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Roll call vote.
I do want to say one thing, if I may, very quickly. I'm very pleased that we were able to, Annie and Dr. Menes and the staff were able to put this thing together. Somebody had mentioned earlier, this is not something that comes around very often. And it comes around, the last time I recall something like this, and it was way before my time, but it was in the 1990s with the recession at that time. A recession that was known as the jobless recovery. And somebody else pointed out to me this, which I thought was interesting. Once every 30 years, which is about the amount of time that it takes Saturn to orbit the sun one time. So looking forward to that and giving our employees a choice. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Anyone else? All right, I also just want to say thank you, Annie, for all your hard work for putting this together. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of our employees take advantage of this, and this is the right time to do this. So thank you so much for working very hard on this. We know you're short-staffed, so we know this took a lot of work. All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.05 business and operations. 7.05A, approve the unaudited actuals, financial report, and budget revisions for the 2019-2020 school year. Do I have a motion?
Medrano makes a motion.
Motion by Mr. Medrano. Is there a second?
Kwok seconds.
Second by Mr. Kwok. Any discussion?
I always marvel how many hats Annie Bowie wears. So many different people who have left. We haven't replaced them at all because we are very, very cognizant of where we are financially. Yet Annie is a trooper, continues to do it. I've said this many times. I've been known for somebody that doesn't sleep a lot, but I certainly cannot hold a candle to Miss Bowie. Thank you very much, Annie, and your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Again, same thing, Annie. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You always do such a great job for our district with the budget and the plan. So thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.05B, approve resolution number 2020-21-8, authorizing district representatives to the State Allocation Board Office of Public School Construction and the filing of applications for funding under the State School Facilities Program. Do I have a motion?
Medrano makes the motion.
Motion by Mr. Medrano. Is there a second?
Quack seconds.
Second by Mr. Kwok. Discussion. Anyone have any discussion? All right, seeing none. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, this is a long one. 7.05C. Approve resolution number 2020-2021-9 of the Board of Education of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, approving, authorizing, and directing the preparation, sale, and execution and delivery of certificates of participation. Los Angeles County Schools Pooled Financing Program 2020 Series A, Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, and the preparation and delivery of all the documents related to the issuance in an amount not to exceed $55 million. Is there a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. Was that Dr. Chung first, I heard?
Yeah.
All right. Second by Dr. Chung. Discussion.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Del Torre.
Thank you. Okay. As a board member, there are 5 responsibilities represented core functions that are fundamental to our school systems. Accountability to the public. And this is from the California School Board Association, which we're all members. Setting direction, establishing an effective and efficient structure, providing support, ensuring accountability, and providing community leadership as advocates for children, the school district, and public schools. With that in mind, I'm sure we all received those big packets. I like to call them the attorney packets. They usually write these packets or they prepare these packets as an agreement to protect themselves and their clients. So I went through them and we have one that it's an assignment agreement, lease agreement, certificate of purchase agreement, continuing disclosure certificate, site lease, trust agreement, certificate of participation. And I just, I read as much as I could. I'm not an attorney, but I wanted to point out a few sections. So if you would bear with me, point out section 1, where it says the trust agreement are hereby approved and any of president of the board, in this case, it would be Anthony Duarte, Vice President Joseph Chang, the Superintendent, Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Annie Bowie. Section 4 states that we have $55 million lease and will not to exceed 35 years. Section 14, we're looking at asking for $55,003,636.62, and the district expects that the total payment amount, final maturity of the certificates of participation will be $78,132,900. I have some questions, if I may, to Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, Hacienda La Puente Unified School District Superintendent, and Annie Bowie, Associate Superintendent of Business Service Administration. Can you please explain to our residents and me why we have to pawn or lease Wilson High School, which we just found out through its U.S. News and World Report, top 10% in California, and Mesa Robles, a K-8 school, 2 of our highest enrollment schools in the district, and why we have to pay rent to educate our students. We're asking for $55 million to build a Wedgeworth K-8 school, knowing that we have Bixby Elementary and Cedar Lane within walking distance, and paying back $78 million in hoping less than 35 years. I don't know if I'm going to be around, knowing that enrollment is decreasing everywhere. I'm sure I received a lot of emails, just like I'm sure you did, from our Wedgeworth supporters. I understand your wish to have a new school built, and it will. It was already voted 4-1. Now, is it financially feasible during these times without harming other school sites. I don't need an MBA or a doctorate in education or finance to see that this is not a good business decision. We all have an app that we get on our phones called the Presidio Educational Service. I'm sure you all do. It's stated, and it usually gives us the most accurate information that is going on. It reported in KTLA, which is one of our news outlets, Assemblyman Phil Ting from San Francisco and chairman of the Assembly Budget Committee said on September 6th, there is a lot at stake in the next federal stimulus package. And if it's done wrong, I think it could be catastrophic for California. Also, the budget that Governor Gavin Newsom signed in June includes $11.1 billion in automatic spending cuts and deferrals that will kick in October 15, unless Congress sends the state $14 billion in additional aid. California public schools, colleges, universities, and state workers, salaries all stand to be hit. This is a reliable narrator, as we can find out. I do have closing remarks, and I'm gonna hopefully get to hear from our superintendent and Ms. Bowie. But for the record, and in conclusion, I almost like to predict the outcome of this vote, but you never know. But just know that my intentions have always been and will continue to be what is in the best interest of all of our students, equity and access for all. Knowing that there is declining enrollment, we are facing a fiscal crisis. The price per square foot that is considerably more expensive than other schools that have been built in recent years, and that there are 2 schools within walking distance that can accommodate our Wedgeworth students with the adequate facilities and resources that our Wedgeworth faculty and students need. Until we are financially stable to build the school that they deserve, yes, by all means. But the thing is, we don't have the money. We're pawning, we're leasing other school sites that are amazing. I am asking you to please postpone this item. It just doesn't make sense. So if I can get some response from our superintendent with the president's permission and Annie Bowie, if they can just shed some light, because I'm trying to understand a 2.79% interest rate. I mean, please explain that to me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. De La Torre, for your comments, your insights, and your questions. And so staff, obviously, we take direction of the board as a whole. Direction was given for us to proceed in this area to be able to secure certificate of participation. I don't know in the recent history of the district if there had ever been multitude of documents included in agenda item. And for all transparency, we did that for this item. So the transparency is there. You see a multitude of documents there on your screen. They're all there for the public to review and to become familiar with them, to be able to ask these questions. There was an amendment to the item. If you all recall, at the beginning of the meeting, I read out a correction with respect to the 2 properties that would be the ones that would be as part of the lease, so to speak. And I know a lot of this, I'll have Annie explain because it involves a lot more of the technical financial items. And I know that is her world. That is the area that she's in and very familiar with. But we do understand that for this item, we're asking for the board to give the superintendent authority to be able to select potentially 2 different schools, as we are doing some of that research now currently on some of these schools with respect to why we're using Wilson or why we're using Mesa Robles. So we are going to identify 2 potential other schools that we'll have to list as part of this agreement. With respect to the financing, that's part of the structure of how these work. It's very clear and transparent. When you are borrowing money, obviously it's very similar to getting a mortgage on your home, where you get it and it's amortized for 30 years. And based on the cost and what is owed, obviously there's interest that builds up. So we do understand that. And so in terms of being able to secure this funding, this is a way that we could secure funding and actually make it more palatable for the budget and the long term. You know, you mentioned Mr. De La Torre not knowing what's going to happen in the upcoming year. We see this as a way to be able to address this need that has been expressed in the community. And I know we are here because of the direction given to us by the entire board. So we want to make sure that we bring this forward. That is our due diligence as executive cabinet members to bring these items forward with all transparency so that this discussion is held here in open session. With respect to having students go to different schools, I know that was something that was looked at before. It is my understanding. I know that somehow is a comment that's stated by even some in the community who would say, why don't just have the students go to Bixby down the way? And I know they looked at that, and there were studies to look at that with respect to some of the traffic congestion that would cause and the space that is required for the program. The instructional program obviously is a program that is of value. You do see student enrollment increase in that site. And so that is something that is a draw, not only to families in our community here, both from La Puente, Valenda. As we know, we have students from all over the district that do attend there, and we also attract students from other areas. So we want to make sure that we do provide this opportunity to be able to bring something forth that the community has been requesting. So the option of using a COP, obviously it's something that was given direction, by the board. You provide us the direction to move forward. So we bring it forth. That is our due diligence to do our best and bringing these items and ensuring the transparency and providing all of the documents that we would be looking at. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Annie Buie, our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, to add additional explanation to these questions. Ms.
Sure,
Buie?
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jimenez and board member. We are here in front of you. This is a project that we have been talking about for years. As I recall, as long as I was working as employee at Hassan La Punte, I hear about this project more or less. As a person to managing a finance, right? It's my job to ensure that the district have ability to pay. And I shared with you earlier, the way that in the very clear, and if you're looking at the in clear, I restructure this COP with the option to make a prepayment, right? So yes, if you don't have the payment money, every year we don't have $55 million to move forward. I'm going to make it very clear. So otherwise, we're going to say, are we having the cash on hand and can we do it? We don't have it. The board have a commitment to build a school, and we are doing exactly what that's been asked to do. COP is the only option at this time. It looks feasible, in my personal opinion, as a person who doing this. We don't have the cash. We have to go and finance. The best way to do is to restructure that in the case of the board have decided or the board have the money in the future that you want to be paid. So you don't have to make the 25 years. It's not, they said it's not over 30 years, but it's actually, if you said it here, it's a 25 years. It's about $3 million a year. The money is come from the general fund. The money will be paid from the general fund. And technically that, if you're looking at that, is the school will not only going to be 600, the school will be for the maximum of, I believe that, and Dr. Fencher may know better than I believe that the school will be up to 1,200. So you have, if you have more students, if you have more programs, you will generate some kind of money to have, I'm not going to say all, but to have the payment. And if the board would like to do it in the future, the board have an option. If you have some kind of the cash on hand, if you, well, I'm going to be very clear. The board have also have a conversation in the past regarding about the sale of some property. And if you may, and that's up to the board, if that's when you sell, when you have the money on hand, you can decide to make a prepayment. So you don't have to carry on all of the interest for the 25 years. And that's what I'm going to share with you. That's it. You direct me to do it. I'm looking into that, and this is what I bring it back in front of you.
Thank you, Annie.
If I may. So when I was board president, I believe in 2014, we had done something that the board had never done at that time. We had engaged in a $65 million capital improvement project across every one of our school sites. It was a considered approach to what we needed to do in terms of educational equity and access. And at the same time, we took a look at certain school sites. So for example, we looked at Los Altos. We saw at that time the great need of a football field as well as a track. And at that time, I recall when Los Altos made it to the CIF playoffs and could not actually hold the championship game there because of the condition of the field. And so at that particular time, we decided that we wanted to go ahead and finance the capital improvement project for Los Altos. So Los Altos received a new football field and a track. Wilson received a new football field and a track. La Puente already had a synthetic field and a track, but we replaced the field there. Workman did not ever have a field or a track, and then we went ahead and approved that particular project. We also added surveillance cameras throughout every one of our school sites, as well as a fire detection system. That was done through a certificate of participation. Exactly what is going on here. This is not precedent. This is something that had been done before with respect to the school district. Ms. De La Torre, you weren't on the school board at that time, but that's what exactly happened. The only one that has been around here forever, of course, is Dr. Chang. So at that particular time, that's what we did, and it was on behalf of that. So no new ground being broken here, something that we've done before. And as Annie Boo had indicated, and this is what we did with the cops at that time, is that we were fighting for the rating point. And Annie Bowie and the then superintendent, I had spoken to them about it, and they actually went to San Francisco to make a case in order for them to give us a better rating, which they did, because they initially gave us one rating and did another one. At this particular time, in Annie Bowie's incredible free time, of which she has so much of, right? She was able to go ahead and negotiate out a prepayment penalty. So this is something that is long overdue. Wedgeworth is the only school that looks the way it looks like. If this was a situation in any other school site, we would be against it. I certainly would be aghast with respect to that. Again, something that has done before and carried forward and dealing with educational equity and access for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Annie, actually, I think this is our fourth COPS since we've been on the board, Gino, that we've gone out for. The first one was the money to build the kitchen over at the adult school. The second one was for the football fields. The third one was for to completing the energy retrofitting in the district. And now this one. So is that right, Annie? Or am I off on that?
Right. Yes. The whole Willow campus was also built on the COP back then. Yes, you're absolutely right, Mr. Duani. Wow. So amazing that you remember all of the project we do to the COP.
Yeah.
So this is something that we've done many times before.
Yes. And we pay, and I want to make sure that when we build Willow, we also have to do the COP. And the COP for 10 years, and the district pay off in 9 years. I was the one to issue the final check for the COP payments for Willow when I was here.
Well, we're almost done paying off the one for the football fields, correct?
You have a few more years. You have about 4. The COP was done in 2016, and it was a 10-year COP. I believe that the next year will be on the 5th annual payment, and we have 5 more years after that to do. However, the board, you can make a prepayment, if you would like to. The debt service fund, the one you just approved tonight, if you're looking at the Fund 56, the debt service fund, we have setting the money aside in there just in case that the board decide to go out to decide to prepayment, and you have ability to do so. That's if that's when you want to do the prepayment for the COP for 2016, so you don't have to worry about that. You do have an option.
And we're using the money we from the energy savings, correct? I think we originally thought with all the retrofit projects, it would be about $500,000 in savings, and it's over $1 million that we're saving every year in energy
Right.
costs in the district.
Yes, if you're looking at the bill, right? The bill for the district annually in terms of, electric is going to be, it's always budget over, 4.5 or, on some years that's like this year, for example, it could be go very close to $5 million annually. And yes, the energy, retrofit that would have to bring the cost down significantly. And the difference, and I want to make sure that we understand the difference between the cost that we're projecting that to pay for the electric bill before minus the bill that we pay now. Those money will be setting aside in the Fund 56, that also the debt service fund to fund for the COP.
Thank you.
And I have a question. Right now, this the federal government almost want to have a negative interest rate on the saving account. And so if we borrow money right now, will we get a lower interest rate than before?
Dr. Chang, I would say, like that is what we have to do after if the board would approve it tonight. That is where the finance presentation Dr. Jimenez and I would have to go through with the S&P 500 and all of the other rating agency. That will be the ability that the district will be presenting, in order for us, to be able to go out with the lower interest. And you're right. But however, I want to remind all of you this: you are going out to borrow the money, just like when you buy your home. You look in the mortgage interest now, and I would ask all of you to go and Google all of that. The 30 years mortgage now is about 2.75%. Between 15 years, about 2.5%. And if you were very lucky in the market today, you would get the 15 years at 2.25, or you're lucky that you get the 30 year at 2.75. But some of the loan, and depending on your credit will determine how good the interest rate you will get. So that is what the district doing. The district is always, we are very conservative. We always care.
I know you did a good job on that one.
So everything is up to, it depends. And I like I said, like the last time we going out, we got the very good deal. We got the very good interest rate, and we hope for exactly for the same thing. The unaudited actual report you're approving tonight have ability to prove that. And I want to share with you that that is something we continue to do every single day, not every. I'm not going to talk about like every year. It's every day. That is how we do, and that's what we're doing.
Great job.
All right. Any other questions?
No, these are pretty, even my small time on the board, we've done COPs. It's pretty routine, but sometimes things are difficult to understand and to explain thoroughly, and so therefore it becomes controversial, as I've seen this last year on the board. But I know Annie, with all of her thorough experience and past record of managing these finances so well, that it's going to go to good use. So I'm ready when you guys.
I want to say this. I came to the district in 2003, and we did not do well. I have a commitment to myself. As long as I'm here, I'm not going through that again. If all of you remember what I have to gone through in 2003 and 2004, you would never forget. And you never would forget what you need to do every day to ensure that we don't get back into that situation. I'm sure, Dr. Chang, you remember because you were
I hired you. Remember, I hired you. Okay. Good job,
right.
Annie.
I believe, Mr. Delatorre, you said you want to say some closing remarks?
I did. I just want to say thank you for everybody that gave in their input.
All right. Thank you. All right. Seeing no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre?
Nay.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. 7.05D, approve and authorize the Temple Academy Performing Arts Center project, including architectural design and funding for the project. Do I have a motion?
Bach moves.
I
Motion by
second.
Mr. Kwok, second by Dr. Chung. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Dr. Jimenez, to introduce our presenters.
Yes, thank you, Board President Duarte. And before I do that, I just want to provide the board with the context as to how we got where we are today in support of this item. So before you today, you have consideration approval of the Temple project as outlined in the item 705D. And I just want to let you know that, obviously the way we receive news as to how the project would be funded really puts some limitations on our ability to be able to share that information at the time. And so we know that the community heard the news through the county as to the project being funded through their social media accounts. And so I also want to let the board know that, across the district, I know there was a committee that was put in place many years ago that looked at optimization across the district to start looking at several project sites. And that also was shared with me in a meeting that I held, which I'll talk a little bit about in just a second, with the teachers. And so I know there's been some discussion about this project, of some kind of project occurring at the school for quite some time. And once it became apparent that the county had approved the funds, that was when everybody then received the information, and it became public knowledge that the county had that desire to be able to build an aquatic center for the San Gabriel Valley and the community. And so what I would like to do at this point, obviously, we apologize to the community if any of this information happened the way it happened or in the timeline that it happened. All we could do is move forward and ensure that we are ensuring transparency and communicating with our HLP USC stakeholders. And so I actually, when I first found out that this was being shared by the county, I actually had communicated that information with Principal Mary Kastner at the site, and actually had asked her to share the information with the staff there, because it was very important for them to know that that information was going to be shared at that time. And I also had shared with the principal that I couldn't share more additional information, as we didn't have any conceptual drawings on the Performing Arts Center at the time. But I wanted to have a meeting with the staff and with the parents once we had those conceptual drawings for the Performing Arts Center and also the Aquatic Center. And so that meeting was scheduled, it was scheduled several weeks, but the date that it occurred strategically, or you may say just by chance, it occurred that the best date was for it this week, which was September 8th. So I did meet with the staff on September 8th. It was a meeting just for the Temple Academy staff. And I also met with the parents the next day on September 9th, which was yesterday. And so the timing of all of this was really predicated on the fact that we didn't have drawings. We didn't have things we could share with the community at the point. And I didn't want to have a meeting at the time to basically tell them, well, I have nothing to share, no drawings to show you. And so we wanted to make sure we took advantage of obtaining the drawings and being able to have that meeting with the community. And I also want to let the community know that the county will be having some community meetings. They actually are required to have 5 community meetings to discuss even the Aquatic Center project. And so that'll be happening as we speak. We'll let the community know when that would be occurring. But I also just want to provide a highlight and summarize to our community just what were some of the key essential answers that I provided based on the questions that were asked both in the staff meeting and in the parent meeting. And so I just want to clarify those statements before we hand this over to the architect to cover the presentation. And so the construction of the project, will begin in the summer of 2021. The project will take 2 years to complete if all timelines and approvals are followed. With respect to our students, they will attend Temple Academy through the end of the school year, finishing at the end of the school year, which would be May 2021. I did share with the parents that students will be able to attend a school of their choosing, and we will also survey the parents to get an idea as to what school they would like their child to attend. As we all know, there are schools in the surrounding areas that our families will look into attending based on the location of where they reside. I also shared with the staff that we'll be providing them with a new assignment that every single staff member will be placed. But I also shared in the staff meeting, and I reiterated this with the parents, that we will be having an additional meeting with our HR Assistant Superintendent, Joe Rojas, to be able to talk more of those intricacies of transfer and how does that work and what are seniority rights and who goes first, who goes second, as well as working with the association. So that's still to come, but I did share that with the staff that day, and I shared that with the parents in the meeting because the parents did ask about, the teachers. So I want to make that clear that that was shared with the parents. I also want to share that the district will operate the Performing Arts Center and the county will operate the Aquatic Center. And we will actually bring back to the board at a future date prior to the opening of the facilities, if it's board approved tonight, an MOU that will describe how both centers will operate and the responsibilities of each entity. So a lot of that at this point is premature to bring a MOU forward, and that kind of creates some of the limitations and the barriers around as to what we could have said even of the Aquatic Center, as that those details would be spelled out in an MOU. So those were the highlights of the two meetings. So I wanted to make sure I share those in case any parents or community members didn't receive that information. And so I just want to say in my closing remarks to this item, before we bring the architects on, that we're recommending this project because of the value it brings to our students, parents, staff, and community. And this is a project that our kids deserve. And it will provide equity and access. I know we talk a lot about providing equitable services for our students, no matter what part of town they live in. And so we know that they are going to receive high quality programming in the performing arts as they never have experienced before in a state-of-the-art facility. And I want to make it clear that our kids deserve this. They deserve this and so much more. And so these are my comments, Board President, that hopefully sets the stage as to what occurred and what is the next context for this. And hopefully this sets the context for the presentation. And at this time, I'm going to have Annie. I know she's been working as well with the architects, with Ratchlin Architects, to introduce the architect.
Dr. Jimenez?
Yes.
Really quick before you pass it over to Annie, I just want to clarify one point. I know that a lot of community members have been asking. We're not selling the school site, right? We'll still retain the property rights of the school site.
That is correct.
It's an MOU with the county for the Aquatic Center, which we did for the Hacienda Heights Community Center, which we did for the park at Orange Grove, and which we did at Steinmetz. So we've done this with the county now. This is our fourth time as well doing this with the county. So just want to clarify that because I know there's a lot of concern that we're selling it.
Yes.
President Duarte, isn't it true that this is actually arguably better than our deal with the Hacienda Community Center, because we'll be running the Performing Arts Center in La Fuente? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, there's always been issues with the community center because we always share it with the county and the community at large. And this one will be used by the community too. We'll be opening it up, using our traditional facilities application if the board approves this. But I think we are limited to like 30 days at the Hacienda Heights Community Center. And here our students will have first rights for the center, or for the Performing Arts Center.
Thank you.
All right, Annie, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. So Board President, Board Member, Dr. Superintendent and Committee, it is my honor to introduce our architect, Ratchlin. And I think that Nancy, if I may have, the architect will be on board to have the presentation. And I want to give some background about the architect. This architect is the one to design the Performing Arts Center in Bonita. And I myself have ride by a few times, so to take a look to ensure that, we see it before we have a conversation with Ratchlin. He also, Mr. Ratchlin, or Michael, I call him Michael, is also a very good architect that in the area of performing art. And it's my honor to present, Mr. Ratchlin to present the future project, what is belong to the school district, that all 17,000 plus students will benefit from that without have to pay or have to pay anything extra in order to perform it over there. Thank you very much. Mr. Ratchlin, you may begin.
Thank you, Annie. And let me also introduce my partner who's on this with us, is Richard Ingracia. Richard, you want to do a quick introduction, and then we'll do this together, right?
Good. Am I unmuted now? Yes. Good evening, Board President Duarte, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, Annie Buey, and other members of the cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to present. It's an honor and pleasure to present our conceptual design for the new Performing Arts Center. And while the images you're seeing may look very complete, please do keep in mind that this is only conceptual. A great deal of planning and input from the district, from the users in the community will help shape this building, and the final outcome may be very different or very similar to what the images that you're going to see here today. And what we are showing you, these conceptual images and plans are going to give you an idea of what you could have based on the budget. And this, of course, is from our experience. We primarily are a K-12 architect, and we've done a number of performing arts centers. And we'll even highlight the Bonita Center for the Arts, because I want to highlight what a great teaching opportunity these buildings become for our campuses. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed site plan. We all are very familiar with it. Our site is located at the southwest corner of Temple and North California Avenue. To the north of that is the proposed aquatic center. And of course, to the east of our site is the county park and field. Next slide. So here we see the proposed aquatic center, and just to highlight a few items on the proposed aquatic center, we see this shared parking lot with the aquatic center. So kind of a joint use parking lot, but some of the great features that have been designed to this parking lot are the bioretention area and the filtration system beneath the parking. Really what that's going to do is ensure that all runoff from the parking lot is going to be maintained on site and eliminating any of the stormwater from the parking lot into the city storm drain system. There's also a pollination garden picnic area in between our two sites.
Richard,
yes,
really quick, this is also a conceptual design for the county, so some of this stuff may not exist. So
absolutely.
So yeah, we don't have to go into those details, because this is just conceptual. Some of those things may not be in the final development.
So perfect. So let's move on to the next slide, please. And so this is the proposed orientation of the Performing Arts Center, provided the parking lots will be provided in a similar location as what is proposed here. And Michael Racklin will walk us through the floor plan, and we'll show how the floor plan will relate to both Temple and North California Avenues. And then I'll join back on to discuss the Center for the Arts and learning opportunities. Next slide, please.
So can you hear me? Again, Richard, thank you for that. And Annie, I wanted to say you've been a valuable resource and input in helping us get this far. It's been a pleasure working with you. But let me just give you a flavor or feeling. As Richard mentioned, this conceptual design, but the size of this facility would be about 16,000 square feet and accommodate between 350 and 400 participants or spectators. And just to give you a flavor, starting here is the entrance off the parking lot. So typically we have a large 2-story volume to give the performing arts theater the presence or the importance that it really demands. And then right off of that is what we call the display walls. Typically you'll have the graphics of the school district, maybe the board members, but our art wall there gives an identity to the project. But the lobby itself can accommodate both inside and outside up to as many as 200 people. And then either side, there's restrooms for boys and girls or men and women, and drinking fountains are off of that. But there's corridors on both sides to enter the actual audience chamber is what we call through a light lock. There are double doors. So the thinking is someone can enter one set of doors and they close before you actually enter the audience chamber, thereby preventing any light spilling in or acoustical noise from disrupting a performance. But you would enter at, we would call that a cross aisle. So it's stadium seating. So you got half the seating would go up in stadium seating and the other half would go down. And what we're typically trying to design into this is, you see item number 22 there, is an orchestra pit. And it has multiple functions. We have the ability to place an orchestra down there, below the sight lines of the first row of spectators. But we also have what we call a movable platform, so that if you wanted, and if you did not want the orchestra pit to be functional. You could raise the platform and provide additional seating to flow all the way to the front of the stage, gaining more seating. And or the opposite, we would raise that orchestra pit level even higher to increase the level of the stage. Stage is level number 23 there. So the stage area could actually grow outward. And typically we have in that area what's called a fly tower. And part of the educational experience is that students can actually build the sets. They then can place those sets on the rigging and pull them up so that the facility actually becomes an educational facility for the students. So not only do they learn about the theater arts, they learn about building sets. We also have behind the stage what we call a black box. Black box is basically a small performance theater. If they wanted to practice or you wanted to have a more intimate gathering, say of 50 to 75 people, you could have that in what we call the black box or small theater. But in back of the house, we have storage. We have a wardrobe storage on one side. We have the green room for performers before they go on stage. Up here at the top, we have both the men and women's or boys and girls dressing rooms with restroom facilities. Down here at the bottom, we have the shop where the students actually get to build the set, so it becomes really part of the educational experience. There's very complex, moving on to the next slide, because it is a tall facility. The height of the audience chamber itself is about 35 feet, and the height of the stage is about 50 feet. But on this mid-level, we would have the control booth. Again, another educational opportunity for students. They can learn to operate the electronic controls. They can learn to operate the sound system. They can learn to operate the lighting. So this becomes another opportunity for education. So either side of that is the lighting racks and the lighting control, and there's stairs and a mechanical lift to get up there. And then next level up, we have catwalks. So what's unique about a performing arts theater, they say performing arts theaters are as complex as a hospital in that we have acoustical engineers, lighting engineers, acoustical engineers, all contributing to their engineering abilities to the layout and design of the facility. Moving on to the, actually 60 there is a follow spot. For those who don't know about a theater, if you've ever seen a stage where the performer is highlighted with a spotlight, it comes from that follow spot location. This is just, again, a conceptual. We were showing a rendering earlier, but off the parking lot, we typically like to have a 2-story glass facade so it's inviting. And then we, because of the solar heat gain, we try and provide a screen of some type in front of it to limit the heat gain. But we want the volume and the drama of a 2-story facade. So again, we can work with the community in terms of what those materials are finally, but this is a general idea. In the background, you see the fly tower itself. It has to be that tall so that they can, through the rigging, move the sets up out of the way of the audience sightline. So this is facing the parking lot. I think the next elevation is facing Temple. Next slide, please. So actually we have a challenge with this site in that all 3 elevations have to be attractive because you see them. The north elevation you see from the parking lot, the west elevation you see from Temple, and then the next elevation you'll see from North California. So again, you can see part of an entrance here. Next slide.
Michael, I have a question. Yes. Would you be able to make solar a component on this, on the building?
You could locate some solar units on the roof. There is the possibility of that. You can gain, again, and we're going to talk about Bonita. What we did on Bonita was very unique. We actually, the facade that went in front of the glass was, in that case, was operable louvers. So they actually opened and closed to track the sun to limit the heat gain. So we were able to reduce the size of the air conditioning by 50%. So there's lots of things we can do.
Okay, because we're in the middle of working with a company to bring solar into our district at a couple of our sites. You know, they're going to be the shade structure types. Yeah. But because we're building this from brand new, it would be great to see that just already built in as part of the component with them. And
we have other districts that have placed large solar arrays in the parking lot, which tends to have a larger surface area. So it really depends on how much surface area we can gain. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, go ahead and continue, sorry.
Okay, I got a question. Are we going to pay the electricity and the field maintenance in the future?
I think, Annie, I think this would be, the facility would it be jointly operated by the county and the district?
No, this is complete. Dr. Jimenez, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna preface it, but obviously I was just gonna mention that a lot of those things would be outlined in the MOU as to who has a responsibility, and if it's a sharing of the electricity, or what will be the responsibilities that would have to be negotiated and outlined in the MOU.
And the water and in the future, the field maintenance. So if those things are, we are paying the utility, of course, we like to use this solar power. But if we are not paying those utility, we can save that money.
And just to clarify, Dr. Chung, the Performing Arts Center is 100% owned and operated by the district. The Aquatic Center will be operated by the County of LA. So this project right here for Performing Arts is 100% ours.
Okay. So carrying on, this is the south elevation facing North California. So that large glass area in the back would be the entrance to the, what I call the black box, or the smaller theater. So again, you have the option of a large theater and a smaller intimate theater. And then finally, the next slide, we have to, it's facing Temple Academy. We have to have a loading dock door to bring the sets in and out, or to be able to build the sets as part of the Performing Arts Theater. Next slide. I think we're just trying to give you a flavor of the inside. This is a cross section, but you can see the stadium seating that starts high and goes low. But also you can sort of see the catwalks. The catwalks are hidden from the normal view, what we call clouds, but a lot of functions take place up there in terms of lighting systems, the sound systems. And you can see the control booth, which is usually student part of the educational system, and the follow spot above that. And then you can see the flight tower itself, where they have the ability to raise the sets up into the flight tower itself. Next slide, please. We're just showing a series of cross sections to give you a flavor of how tall the facility is. But as I say, that at the highest point, we're 50 feet. The audience chamber is typically about 35 feet in height. So it's a dramatic volume or space. Next slide. You can see the audience chamber. What's unique about Performing Arts Center, when we work with acoustical engineers, we have to be able to design the acoustics or the reverberation time so it works with a variety of different types of functions. For instance, a full stage production like the play Grease would have a different reverberation or acoustics than, say, watching a movie or a lecture or a band or choir. All of those functions have different reverberation or acoustic requirements. So we have to design a facility with an acoustical engineer so we find the compromise or the middle point so that the acoustics for one is not detrimental to the other. And I'm going to show you some pictures in a moment on how we achieve that. But you want to be able to have good acoustics. If anyone's ever been to Disney Concert Hall or the facility we designed for Bonita Unified School Districts, can attest that the acoustics are very important in a theater that it's done properly. So we work with acoustical engineers, as I mentioned, lighting engineers, theatrical designers. It's all a lot of special engineering to achieve the proper results. Next slide. Again, some conceptual studies on the outside. You would have a large plaza out in front for gathering before you entered the theater. The ticket booths to the far left there, so you have the ability to buy tickets before performance. If again, this would be a multifunctional facility shared with the county, so you might have student performances, the county may use it, the community at large may use the facility, so it has to function for a variety of functions. Next slide. Again, we're just trying to give you a flavor of what it would feel like as you enter. And we've typically designed the last 2 or 3 facilities in what I call a circular shape or a semicircular shape to mimic the audience chamber itself. We feel it's more honest that the form should follow function when we design a building. And so the audience chamber itself wants to be what a little bit curvilinear so that you get a maximum view or sightlines from any place in the audience chamber. Next slide. So that's part of the reasons why we have a curvilinear facade. And here you can see a two-story glass facade that's inviting in the entrance doors. Next slide. And again, conceptual, I mean, part of our process as an architect, we have to work very closely with the district, the Board of Education, the community, and the users to customize, the site-specific requirements and their site-specific requirements. So there will be adjustments in the plan I showed you, but generally this is about the size of and the type of facility based on the budget and the parameters we've been working with Annie and the county. So this is a pretty good developed concept. Again, we will have modifications before we get to the end, but I think this gives you a really good feeling of what we're talking about. Next slide. I think Richard, you want to talk about this, don't you?
Sure. Yeah. So let's see. Am I unmuted?
Right.
Can we hear me?
Can we?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So this is this Center for the Arts designed for the Bonita Unified School District that Annie had mentioned. The reason I want to showcase this is a couple of reasons. One, it's showing some of the features that Michael had discussed that we were proposing to incorporate into your Performing Arts Center. But this is also a district facility, a district-wide, so it wasn't specifically for the high school, although it's on the San Dimas High School campus. It's by the district. And this had over 20 user groups, not 20 individuals, but 20 user groups that we worked with to form and shape this facility to be the facility that is today. And I believe that's why it really turned out to be so successful for the district. And at the front here, we do see the two-story glass facade that Michael was referring to. And you can also see the operable louvers that will track the sun, and they will close completely when the sun is directly on the facade. Next slide, please. This is more of a close-up, the ticket booth, and then the glass facade, and you can see those louvers for those louvers that would close when the sun is directly on those. Next slide, please. This is an interior. So there were 700 seats at this Performing Arts Center, and really once you get over 600 seats, you need to go to 2 levels. With ours being in the range of the 350, I believe Michael said, we would have 1 level. But if you see those clouds, those brown kind of curves up in the ceiling, those are acoustical clouds. They help direct the sound downward. They're also hiding the catwalks. Also that basket weave that you see on the walls there. Actually, it's not just for an articulate design, but they are providing a sound attenuation. And as Michael was saying, this theater was designed with acoustics that could handle drama, which is very quiet, all the way up to band, orchestra, or choir.
I might mention, interesting, if you look just in front of the stage, they have placed those seats on top of the orchestra pit. As I mentioned earlier, that orchestra pit can have 3 functions: an orchestra pit, additional seating, or an enlarged stage area. This happens to be showing you with additional seats placed in the orchestra pit area. And also then showing you the level of effort we went to on the side walls to create the acoustics we wanted. We've been told that this facility has acoustics similar to Disney Concert Hall in terms of its acoustical ability and sound.
Yeah, and also those kind of void areas or those dark spots that you see in the acoustical basket weave, those are actually lighting booths. And Michael was touching upon this. But so when we think of Performing Arts Center as an educational facility, we stop short and think of just, well, it's drama, it's acting, performance. But what we forget is everything that there's as much that goes behind a performance as much as in front of it. And so there's the lighting, and there's the sound, and there's the rigging, and there's the set design. And the students, so this was designed with education in mind. And when the students leave here, after working their classes and session here, they're actually prepared for collegiate or even professional local community theater operating, and they'll be certified and they'll be able to go and obtain jobs in that industry should that be their desire. Next slide, please. This is looking back, and so we see all the way at the top of our screen or just below the clouds, we see what Michael was referring to as the follow spot, and then below the balcony area is the sound booth. And those, so while this is student-run performances, those are actually all students that are in there really running the performance. So it really is a soup to nuts. This theater has one staff member that runs it, and the rest of it is student operated. And I believe actually, and it's also a self-funded. So what the district's goal was on this is to have the operation of the theater to be funded by the ticket sales from the theater and the performances. To be honest with you, I have not followed up to see how that has panned out, but that was definitely their goal. And the last time I was there about 3 years ago, it was doing well enough that they actually were able to get a second staff member to assist in running the theater. So you have one person that's a staff member running it, and then the rest of it is done by the students. Next slide, please. And again, just another head-on shot of the theater. And you can also see the vast height of the theater, that what goes into it. One of the features we incorporated here is the air conditioning and the heating actually come from the floor. So when you're air conditioning you want it to be really at the participant level and not coming up from the ceiling as we're used to and shooting down through the hot lights and all the heat gain. And it really is a very energy conserving feature.
The other reason we do that is we only heat the first, say, 8 feet. You don't need to heat 30 feet of dead space. But the other reason we do it is we call it displaced air velocity. If you've been in Everson conference room or office buildings, you hear sometimes the air conditioning when it turns on and it makes a loud noise. You can't afford to have any noise like that in a performing arts theater. So when we provide the air conditioning from the floor upward, we do it at a very slow velocity. So there is no noise. You don't hear air conditioning turn on and turn off. It's very, very subtle. You won't even hear it, which again, acoustics in a theater are so important that it's done properly. So that's just another component. As I say, the complexity, we work with our engineers to ensure that the performing arts theater operates as intended. So it's not for they say the new designer, it's someone who's got experience in this type of thing to do it properly. And so we work with some very specialized engineers who have years and years of experience to assist us to achieve something of this level. So.
And next slide, although this might be the last slide.
Was that the last one?
Yeah, that was our last slide.
Yeah, so that's kind of an overview. I think your facility would be very similar. We've worked closely with Annie to stay within the budget that's been provided. And I think we've got a concept that is a good starting point. We look forward to working with the district and the users to achieve their final results. But I think we're in a good start. So that's open it up for questions, should there be any.
Before we open it up for questions, Michael and Richard, we actually have county staff as well to discuss the aquatic center. So if we can switch it over, Nancy, so we can do that, and then we can have it open up for board questions for either of the presenters.
Okay.
Thank you, Board President Duarte and board members and Superintendent Dr. Jimenez. My name is Alina Bokte. I'm the Deputy Director for the Planning and Development Agency with Los Angeles County Department of Parks and Recreation. I just wanted to say a few opening remarks, and then we'll hand it off to Chester Cano, who's our Acting Chief of Development, and it is he and his team that are overseeing the development of the future San Gabriel Valley Aquatic Center. So thank you again for the opportunity to just say a few words. Just want to emphasize we are extremely grateful for the partnership with the school district to support bringing what we consider to be a very significant project to the community. Aquatic centers are, regional facilities, and in this community, in this region, will meet a significant need for swim facilities that will provide both safety, health, and workforce benefits. For example, some of our swim programs that are run by our aquatics team include learn to swim programs. And so for the communities that really focus on Again, learning to swim to prevent drownings. We have very popular physical activity programs like water aerobics that are very popular by our senior population, as well as what is also commonly known as lap swims. And on youth employment, we have a number of programs that help support youth employment once the facility would open up, which includes our junior lifeguard program. And so we are, very excited about the project and the resulting programs that will be brought to the community to serve, again, what we know is a very significant gap for regional aquatic centers. And so thank you again for the opportunity to share what is our very initial concept for the future San Gabriel Valley Aquatic Center. And with that, I will hand it off to Chester to take us through a short presentation on the project. So Chester, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. Good evening, members of the school board and the community. I'm here to say a few words about our planned San Gabriel Valley Aquatic Center. This is a regional facility that will serve beyond the community, but especially the local community. We spent time looking at many sites across the San Gabriel Valley from East LA all the way through Rowland Heights, and we're happy to settle on this site here at Temple Academy, adjacent to Alan J. Martin Park. We have a preliminary design concept to present, and unlike our colleagues at Ratchland, we don't have a well-developed concept yet. We do expect to develop it through the community engagement process. We would like to gain as much input from the local community about the building and the facility and the adjacent park development as much as possible. So you'll find these somewhat diagrammatic, but I think no less meaningful. Slide, please. So this is the current version of what I'll call our design concept diagram. And you can see it differs a little bit from what you may have seen earlier in the earlier presentation. We are examining the boundaries of the project, and this is where it is now. It may change again, but this is what we're planning. This is the size of development that we are developing at the moment. If you could click. So the total development size is somewhere between 3.7 and 4 acres. It currently does not include the entire rectangle of the site. We are developing a portion of the parking lot, but at this time, not the entire parking lot. Click. One important aspect that we've already gleaned from local residents is the need for some kind of landscape buffer up against the residential neighborhood to the north or northwest, and that will extend from the end of wherever the aquatic center is sited all the way through the parking lot. Next. The aquatic center parking will be 70 to 80 stalls located at one entrance to the current parking lot. Next. We plan to develop a building roughly 11,000 square feet or so. It's very similar in size to a development we're currently in construction on in Whittier in conjunction with the Whittier Union School District. It will have 2 swimming pools, a competition swimming pool, which will be an Olympic-sized dimension, and a practice and recreation pool, which will host the type of water aerobics that Ms. Bokde had mentioned earlier. Next. We do see the new park area as an important feature of the site to complement the aquatic center and connect it to the existing park area at Alan J. Martin. Next. and we hope to develop a really strong civic plaza to connect the two properties. And you'll see some glimpses, some ideas of that in the coming slide. Next slide, please. So one of the things we've identified as a need is a strong pedestrian entry. Though we do plan on providing a parking lot, we do want to encourage walking and a strong connection to the immediate local community, which has a lot of users. And you'll just see some images. Those are not necessarily planned for our site, but they're just ideas. Next. The landscape buffer that I mentioned, we had the designers pick some images of evergreen trees that would provide consistent buffering throughout the year. Next. I had mentioned the park plazas, so you can see the two plazas that are part of the project currently marked with the stars. The arrows are the connections between the plazas and the street and the existing park. And we hope to develop this as a place of respite for people to hang out before and after swim activities and in between use of the park and the new aquatic center. Next. And this is one concept that has been developed for the park area. This may or may not be developed. This is one of those items that will gauge some community interest in a park pollinator garden. So you'll see a lot of flowers that will attract both bees and hummingbirds and the like, developed alongside some open lawn area. Next. So that's an overview of what we've developed so far. Our next steps, we are beginning a scoping document process and our CEQA process, our environmental process. We plan to develop this as a design build project, so it will proceed a little bit differently from a typical design bid build. And what's most noticeable for the general public is that we won't be hiring an architect up front, producing the design, and then putting it out to bid. We will instead write an extensive scoping document that defines the project, all its needs, the community input, all in one document, and teams of architects and builders will bid that. And so in doing so, we will get a variety of designs, a variety of styles, all interpreting the needs of the project, the needs of the community, and we will pick what provides the best value. So a combination of design excellence and price. Next. We are currently planning a community engagement process with one of our partners, SGV, Active SGV, who are very embedded in that community and know that community well. I've been so impressed by their knowledge even before starting of the local community there. And we plan to do this between September and November. So we're going to get started very soon. Finally, the last point. Yeah, we have some things to do with the school district. We have to define the site use and the border of our project and begin the work on the lease. These things take time, and so we want to get started as soon as possible. So that concludes our presentation. It is very early stage. There's much work to do, but we are very excited. We're grateful for the support and partnership with the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. We see this as a project with so much potential to add much value to the community. And so we thank you for that.
Mr. Duarte, if I may for a moment.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm very pleased to see both Alina and Chester from Supervisor Solis's office here. Thank you for being here.
Really quick, you know, they're now at the supervisor's office. They're with the county parks and recs.
Well, we all love Supervisor Solis, but thank you for being here.
He's financing
and, of course. And how many Olympic swimming pools are in the San Gabriel Valley? Are you aware of that?
Lena might know because we did a whole study of that in the beginning.
Yeah, so my apologies. I don't actually have a good answer. It is something we can definitely look into, but if I would have to guess, I would say very few. I do know that, you know, obviously there are other pools in the San Gabriel Valley, but I think many of them do not meet the Olympic, you know, standards for competitive swim at the Olympic level. So, but I don't have a number to share.
I asked that question because I'm kind of a swimmer. I've swam in a lot of pools in my life. Not recently, however, but before March. And there is nothing like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. When you see an Olympic-sized swimming pool, you see some level of aquatic majesty. And the fact that the supervisor and Parks and Rec are doing this and they selected La Puente is a big day. So I congratulate you. I would tell you when I was a kid, we had an Olympic-sized swimming pool in the Pacific Palms facility, but it was no longer there. They eliminated it. And I have looked for swimming pools and I've yet to find one. I've seen one in Pasadena, you know, the Rose Bowl Aquatic Center, right? But I've never seen anything in our area. It's completely underserved. I think it's a wonderful project. Thank you both for being here from Parks and Rec.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Right, Alina, we did the county did a needs assessment to figure out what would be a good place in the San Gabriel Valley to place this. And this was one of the most underserved communities in all of San Gabriel Valley when it came to pool access, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So based on the data from our 2016 park needs assessment, we actually did an inventory of all park facilities, including pools in Los Angeles County. And so in identifying a potential location for the San Gabriel Valley Aquatic Center, we looked at areas that would provide, again, the greatest benefit to serve the most numbers of community members and families that are currently not served by swim and aquatic programs. And so absolutely, we use the data to help inform the most optimal location. And Temple Academy is right at the heart of where the placement of the aquatic center will serve the most numbers of families that are currently, you know, either underserved in terms of not having access to an Olympic sized pool for competition, or not have access to any pools at all. So we're just tremendously excited about the opportunity of the partnership with the school district, because it really is a prime location in terms of being able to have the greatest level of impact.
Well, we totally agree that Hacienda La Puente is the prime location for this. and I know that President Duarte has done an incredible job on this. I know that he talks to me frequently about this, what's going on. So I thank for his leadership, and I can't wait. What is it? Is it the 2028 Olympics? The next Olympics, right? That's coming very close by. And
yes,
considering, right,
2028.
and considering that there are no Olympic-sized pools, we're going to once again be right there. And I can see some international participants coming to that pool so that our kids can see. And hopefully we might even have somebody from our school district actually be in those Olympic Games. I can't wait.
And then Alina, earlier during public comment, we had some questions about timing and why we couldn't release this information earlier, but the Board of Supervisors just barely approved the funding for this, correct?
Correct. So the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Solis, with Supervisor Solis's leadership, brought forward a board motion that was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on August the 4th. So we're talking about, just about 30 days ago, that dedicated $20 million towards the development of the Aquatic Center. And that is obviously a significant commitment of funding that, kicks this project and process off the ground. But yes, the vote and approval of the funding from the Board of Supervisors just happened a little bit over a month ago. And I think, as you can see in the slide in front of you, this is the next steps that we're aggressively now engaging in, which does include a community engagement process.
Yeah, and even though we've been in discussion about this for a while, we couldn't say anything until we knew the money was actually there.
Right. I mean, one of the things that, out of all the many years working on capital projects, and I know, Chester from my staff can attest to this as well, until the money and a significant portion of the funding is identified, it is tough to really assure whether or not the project can, be real and come to life. And so, although as you said, I think the intent was there, we were not able to really put any resources or dedicate the time to be able to move the project forward until we got this funding commitment. And so this absolutely demonstrates, Supervisor Solis's commitment to make the San Gabriel Valley Aquatic Center a reality in the community.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for Alina or Chester before we turn it over back to Michael and Richard on questions? Anyone else? All right, well, thank you, Alina. Thank you, Chester, for being on here and for presenting this information for the community. I know we're gonna have some more community events together with the county and the school district. So we look forward to working with you on making this dream finally come true for the San Gabriel Valley and for Hacienda and La Puente school districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Yes, thank you, President Duarte and the board members very much for the opportunity again to work in partnership on this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're all very excited. All right, so we could bring, I think Michael and Richard are still there. Yes.
Still here.
You guys on.
Yes.
Nancy, can we put it back to the Performing Arts Center? There we go. All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for any questions for Michael and Richard. Thought I heard something.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions?
No.
Well, I guess I'll start off. So I have not been to the Bonita Center, but I know a lot of people who have and who just rave on what a great job you guys did there. It's, I mean, we can see it in the picture, it's beautiful. And having this here in Hacienda La Puente to serve our community, but also the neighboring communities around us is going to be an amazing, amazing opportunity for our district and our students, especially getting to learn how a theater is run. There's only one question. I don't know if I should bring it up now or later, but my main concern is we are trying to optimize as many seats as possible because that's been an issue we've had using the Hacienda Heights Community Center. I know it's not a performing arts center, it's a little different, but trying to optimize the amount of seating we have. Because we're leaving the NPR at the school site, I'm wondering if we were able to eliminate the black box theater, would we be able to add in a couple more rows of seating? Because I think that's one of the most important things that we've heard in the past from our school sites.
Yeah, all of that is possible. I think that's part of the the design process that we will go through. We'll work with you, the district, and the users. And if that's your desire to eliminate that back of the house black box and maximize the seating, it's certainly something we can explore. So
I know you have some storage areas in there as well. So we're leaving two wings of classrooms, which is 8 altogether, and then the front office space and our NPR and our kitchen and cafeteria over there. So we have plenty of space we can use for some of those other things. I think, you know, at least from what I've heard from our staff, is optimizing the amount of seating we can get in there is going to be the most important.
And we will flush all that out with you at the part of the design process.
If I may, Michael, Richard, have you actually seen the Hacienda Heights Community Center?
No, I'm not familiar with it. No.
All right, so my suggestion is that you may want to go ahead and take a look at it.
Please, good suggestion. Thank you.
Because there's certain things that are very good, but there are certain things that can be improved upon.
Right.
Right. President Duarte had mentioned that. I'll tell you another thing that could be improved upon is the lighting.
Yes.
That's another aspect about that. And, you know, the acoustics are fine, but I think that there's some things, obviously, time changes and advances. But if you were to take a look at the Hacienda Community Center, you'll get an idea of what we've had before. And it is something that is open to everybody in our school district, right? Just like this will be. That's why I'm so incredibly excited about that. But again, understanding what that is, speaking to our staff that have gone there and what they've liked and so forth, get an idea of what all that is about, so that would inform us to make even better decisions, at least more informed decisions, as we build this Performing Arts Center.
Exactly. And we will do that. And again, we'll work with our lighting designer and our acoustical engineer and our theatrical designer. I mean, the lighting today is becoming very complex and moving all towards LED fixtures. But again, it's something the students get to work with. So we have to make it, you know, functional so that everybody can participate in the theater process. So yes, we will take a field trip. Part of what all of this is there's a lot of conversation, a lot of dialogue before we get to a final solution. So I look forward to working with the existing community center and the district, and we'll maximize their goals. So
and there's an orchestra pit, right?
Yes, it typically.
Right, I saw that. I love that. I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah, and performances. If you haven't experienced one of these performances, they're just unbelievable. What the kids can produce. I can't explain how wonderful or exciting it is when you have a full stage production. You know.
It is incredible. It is something that our kids don't have access to. And then they can perform to a play that's actually being performed by our other students. Yes. in that. Yes. And I have had the opportunity to see this. I've seen Saturday morning conservatory. I've gone to other type of events. It is breathtaking to be able to see your kid get up there either performing or actually doing incredible music in the pit. Yeah. It is really a sight to behold.
I agree.
All right. Any more questions from Michael or Richard? All right, Michael, Richard, we appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, and Andy, thanks for your help.
Look forward to working with you as well to build this.
Thank you. We look forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Seeing that there's no other questions, does anyone have questions for staff? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.06 contracts and agreements, none. 8 Board of Education comments. We'll start off with Mr. Medrano.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I don't have much to say today, but there's just really one thing I want to speak about, and it's been touched on a lot through our public comment, and it's definitely something that's been on all of our conscience. And I just really want to express my condolences to the Holloway family for Dan passing unexpectedly yesterday. I just briefly want to tell a quick story about Dan. about a couple years ago, and many of you guys know this, I wasn't shy about sharing it, but my father passed, and it had been probably like a few months since he had been gone. And when for those of you who, most of us who've lost someone, the grief really never goes away, especially in the immediate future. It's always just like right under the surface. And for whatever reason, I happened to see Dan at, I think it was the opening day for La Puente Little League, and his wife. And we just, for whatever reason, I think we just started talking about each other's families. And halfway through the conversation, he had told me that, he and his wife had unexpectedly lost her daughter when she was like 26, 27. And when you yourself are going through something and you're grieving, for someone to kind of open up and share something so personally for a brief moment is something you really don't forget. And so I think that's always the memory I'll have of him and his wife, and obviously she's still around. But it just really spoke to the life he led as a person and as a father. I mean, as a parent, I can't imagine going through something like that. And for those of you who are parents, I'm sure can understand in a way that I can't. But it was nice for him to tell me about how just for talking about it with me that day was helpful for him, and that it was kind of a tough thing for he and people that he knew to understand what his family had gone through when his daughter had passed. They still have a scholarship for her. It's actually Cal State Fullerton. It's the Kimberly Ann Holloway Scholarship that they give away in like the Department of English. It's a $500 scholarship, and he was just a good human being. And I'm just really sad to have seen him gone. I'm going to be sad to seeing him at events, and I know we'll adjourn in his memory, but I just wanted to share that personal story about him, because it meant a lot to me at the time, because I was so sad to kind of hear him open up about that. And that just says a lot about who he was. And I'm really sorry that he passed. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. Mr. Del Torre.
Thank you. Yeah, these past few weeks, we've had some sad news. First, the passing of Mike Lucero. I know he worked at Palm Elementary and Shady Bend schools, so everyone that knew him, my condolences. His family and friends, his two sons, Michael and Jacob, I believe. It's tough. It's tough. Don Holloway and the city of La Puente, and also our school district. He would come to a lot of our events, and even if it wasn't La Puente, he wanted to be there to represent. My condolences to his wife, Hilda, and his children and granddaughter. I admired and appreciated his constant support, service, and presence to our community, and he will dearly be missed. HLPUSD family, especially our teachers and community, I want to thank you for your commitment, passion, and dedication to providing the best possible remote learning environments for our students. Congratulations to Ms. Ladwick. It is always a great day to be a knight. My daughter was very fortunate to have her as a teacher, so congratulations. I do want to give a special thanks to Miquela Redondo and Jessica Delgado. They work with adult ed, and they provide parent workshops. I've been attending them, and they've been very, very, very helpful. And I attended 2 already, and they have topics like celebrating diversity coming up. I attended the reinforcing learning and navigating the educational system. The discipline, they talk about discipline, 7 habits of highly effective people, self-esteem, family health, wellness, civic engagement. And they're really they get you involved. I mean, it's not like torturing, you know. It's like you go there and like you learn something new when you're coming out. And I want to say thank you. I really appreciate it, and always looking forward to continuing to attend these classes. Today is World Suicide Prevention Day. So please remember to check in on your loved ones during these difficult times. You know, just take a minute and it will change a life. So I'm gonna give you a phone number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-8255. These are difficult times that we're living in, and let's check in on our loved ones just to see how they are. A lot of them, they've been cooped up in their homes since this whole pandemic. And they're very depressed. They need someone to talk to, especially the elderly or people that are, they're living alone at home. You know, just check on them, listen to their stories, and be there for them. And with that, I'm sure if we can have a moment of silence at the end for those that left us. And thank you so much, and have a good evening, everyone. Please stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open by saying how pleased I was to see our student reps once again. And what I have always thought is that in a time like this, we should always focus on what we have and what we will have again. And no one exemplifies that better than our kids and our representatives. To see what they've done to reach out to make lives better for our kids. So when Grace Hernandez had indicated that ASB is assisting students with respect to Canvas and online learning, and Los Altos having their heart and honesty and again, emphasize honesty, respect, and teamwork. And to see Wilson have a student senate, I think that's phenomenal, right? To actually go through that process so that their voices are heard. And Workman's weekly parent workshop, I've seen many of those, and know that we've committed to that. And believe it or not, the Valley's quarter system, moves so quickly. But to see our kids helping kids, this is something that is very striking to me. Very pleased about, despite what we're going through, we're still getting great funding and grants like the Perkins grant for career technical education, nearly $1 million with respect to that. And it doesn't just go to adult ed, it also helps our secondary kids. I remember one time when I was at the Willow campus and I saw a class from Valley go there. And again, it really made my heart sing to see that. When I was a beginning lawyer, we would have access to all these databases, right? LexisNexis, Westlaw. To see that we're going to have access or grant access to our kids for academic journals, periodicals, reports, and books, I was really, really pleased to see that. Something extraordinarily great. Being on the CIF board, I know that there is a lot of uncertainty when sports are going to begin. They don't even know themselves. But when I saw Wilson have their online training, I've seen that before. And I've always said that when I used to work with the NBA, that they need to have more time on individual lessons, not just team. And to see the online training is great. And congratulations to Wilson for what they've been able to accomplish. When I was a kid and you grow up, you always look at your father and your mom. And I remember one day when I saw my dad in a different light, because to me, it was always dad. And then one day I was having a hard time with a kid that was picking on me, right? Not unexpectedly, right? A Chinese kid born in El Salvador. And my dad was very quiet. He was a chemistry professor, a doctor in chemistry. And then he said, "Hey, come with me." Found out where this kid lived and then took me there, and he knocked on the door and he talked to the kid's father. and I said, oh my God, and so I commend the Wedgeworth parents. They fight for their kids. They fight for equality. They fight for equity. They fight for access for them to come out. And then and little Carissa. I've known Carissa since she was a baby, right? So when I first heard her, I didn't even know that's who she was. And to see her be the advocate that she's no longer there, but she was advocating for her brother that was there. Again, amazing. As was seen, our certificates of participation, it's just the usual course of business. And our district has been always financially very, very, very conservative and responsible. Ever since that I've been here, we've always had the highest county accreditation and certification of a positive certification, not negative, not neutral, always positive. And anybody who knows that, they don't look at it for 1 year, they look at it for 3 years. So commend Annie Bowie and of course our superintendent with respect to keeping that alive. One thing that I've always marveled, and we've been very fortunate in our area, are having certain elected officials. One of them is Hilda Solis. Hilda Solis, one of her parents was born in Nicaragua, which is in Central America, right next to El Salvador. She grew up here in La Puente. Everywhere where she's gone, she's made history. The first one, for the first Latina elected to the state Senate. And of course, the first Latina in President Obama's administration as a Secretary of Labor. She left all that midterm in order to come back to La Puente in order to serve. She's from La Puente. She loves La Puente, and she still is here. So for her to be here and do this, and there are very few times where you can have something that's transformative. This is a transformative project. I know Anthony Duarte is very close to the supervisor. I commend him again for doing this. He spends an incredible amount of time regarding this. And I also would tell you another part. The county government, and you heard a little bit from County Parks and Recs, it's kind of a funny business. You could talk about a lot of projects. I remember when I first came on, I was talking to Kanabi about a project, but they can never figure out when they're going to fund the thing, right? So I talked to Kanabi a lot of times. Was that actionable intel? Of course not. They say, oh yeah. They kind of just tell you these type of things. And then all of a sudden it's like, all right, it's like a movie. You sit around, you don't do anything for a long time, and all of a sudden it's action all over the place. And then that's how the Orange Grove project came. Did we even know it was coming? We never knew it was coming, right? All of a sudden, boom, we get a call. I had advocated for Hillgrove. I asked the supervisor, can you at least put a tractor there just to show that something is happening, right? Because nothing was happening. And he did that, right? And he helped out on that. So it's one of those things. You never know when it's going to happen. When it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Many times the supervisors don't know it's going to happen. Thank God it happened here in our school district with respect to that project. Regarding the president of HLPTA, he mentioned about safety protocols and opening the school, reopening the schools, and the rise. One of the parts that I emphasized when I had the privilege of speaking at a Zoom conference, as I mentioned at our last board meeting, that was put together by the California Latino School Board Association on dismantling systemic racism. I had indicated that very happily that we are a labor management collaboration school district. We must live up to that creed regarding that. So let's go ahead and do that. I know we can do that. Safety protocol, what's more important than that, right? We have to make sure that we do that. We have to keep our staff, our administrators, everybody safe. And as we go there, and I was very inspired with Shannon Ladwig's story, making the state there. When we, as an example, indicate, well, we've talked to teachers, or for example, let's make sure that we really embrace that. So when we have these community meetings, I think it's a good idea if we talk to our RISE committee or our teachers classified, whatever, what have you, and have them being part of the presentation, maybe, knowing what's there and getting them vested. Step in the right direction, again, with respect to labor management collaboration. Very pleased, once again, about the CERT plan. You always want to have more choices in the world. This is a choice. This is something there. Somebody even mentioned about it. It's a financial benefit, but at the same time, one of the biggest benefits is health and health benefits. And this bridges that. I think it's a great thing. Again, it provides a choice, regarding the matter. And also, when we talk about the merit system, right, and so forth, well, the Civil Service Act actually came out in 1913, and that time it wasn't fair. That's why it was called the spoils system. So that dates all the way back to that. It was then supplanted later with the Civil Service Act of 1934. At that particular time, they called it a merit principle. Why? Because what was going to happen with respect to your job was in fact going to be based upon your performance, not judicial affiliation, not gender, not race, nothing that's superfluous. That was so moving at that time that it was enshrined in our state constitution. That's when the so-called merit system came up. In any court of law, you're going to have an objection. And one of the objections is you've mischaracterized somebody's testimony, or you mischaracterized what that said. That happened here. That objection would have been sustained. Let me say something about the, I'm very pleased that we're going through this public service regarding, a terrible word, which is suicide prevention. It's actually the third leading cause of death for essentially kids, right? 15 through 24. The fact that we're putting something on that is something that is absolutely needed. Condolences all obviously to Mike of CSEA. He put many years of service in our school district, and therefore should in fact be applauded with respect to that. The college fair, nothing is more important than the future of our kids. If you think about it, they go through everything, to get into college, right? So thank you for the majority leader for once again doing the college fair in our school district. He could do it in any other school district, does it in our school district. And so it's going to be here on September the 12th. I want to give my greatest appreciation for Dr. Tan. Every year I do this in terms of the UC system and the application. And Dr. Tan was able to help me. It's already been recorded. So I was there on Tuesday in what he called the Hlpusd studios in network and computing services. And there was Dr. Tan doing everything. And I will tell you, this year, my workshop every year, and this is my 7th or 8th year, every year, the emphasis is on the personal insight questions. And with everything here, usually it's 50% academic, 50% non-academic. They go through the comprehensive factors. There are 14 that are identified by the UC admissions process. Because of the pandemic, the standardized test score of ACT, SAT are no longer, it's going to be test optional. So what does that mean? It means that your essay questions are going to be even that much more consequential. It will take you a significant period of time. You've got 8 essay questions: leadership, creativity, greatest talent or skill, an educational opportunity that you took advantage of, an educational barrier you overcame, a significant barrier you overcame in your life, your favorite academic subject that inspires you, something you've done to help your community or your school to make it a better place, and lastly, what you would stand out as a candidate. These are the 8 personal insight questions. You have to select 4, 350 words, and you have additional comment. This is the time when it's always been important. This year, even more important. I encourage everyone to take advantage of it and be there at the college fair. Martin Medrano was talking about Dan Holloway, and it doesn't surprise me. I've been known to show up at a number of events. I think the last count, I've been over 400 of them, school related. And invariably I would see Dan Holloway. And Dan and I had a very, very close relationship. How close? We would talk about personal health issues, right? About this, about that. I would ask him about, hey, you go through this process. How is that process? And he would say, oh, remember, I'm quite a bit older than you, so I have experience in that. I mentioned that to Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte said, well, I'm still young. And I said, Mr. Duarte, you're not that young anymore, right? But he would give me that type of personal warmth. And he said, hey, Gino, don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. You'll be able to get it through. Dan Holloway was an inspiration to all of us. Dan Holloway was a champion of public education. He lived in our community. He raised his family here. His children went to school here. His wife worked here. I will always remember Dan Holloway. My heart is heavy with that particular loss. And I do join in asking for a moment of silence for the people that we have lost recently. And in his and their memory, thank you very much, President Duarte.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Dr. Chung?
Okay, actually, right now everything runs very smoothly, and don't have too much comment. But I do want to say in here is Dr. Jimenez has been in our school district for 2 months, and it appears on everything. Dr. Jimenez fits into our school districts very smoothly, and you demonstrate your faith in our school district. You demonstrate your leadership and your communication skill and your problem solving skills, and lead the whole school district continue to move forward. And it has gone through many big events, and every one of them you have accomplished very smoothly. Congratulations, and Dr. Jimenez, you have done a wonderful job. Also, I want to commend our school district, the cabinet members and administrators, all the teachers, and all the classified employee. And every day, probably you only hear is people's complaint and the criticism. And really, when you have done so many good things and not many people appreciate it. And sometimes I even can see you because you want to do your job, and you can some intimidating or insult, and you took that one as part of your job, mainly because you have a very good heart, because in your heart you try to protect those students' benefit, and that's why you stand up to fight against the external those interested group. So I salute to all of them, our school district staff and the members. You have done a wonderful job, and there's no way I can say for on behalf of our parents to thank you to lead our school districts. And at the same time, when I became the school board member, and I attended several CSBA this conference and the training as board members, new board members in particular. And finally, I realized the fact that if you become a board member, you are a servant. You are not the person with power. And because you are just one of the board members. And of course, on the other hand, you are never short of criticism. And so, like I said and mentioned in my mind, so many times to be a board member, you feel frustrated because those unfair criticism or those things. But the one thing I have in mind in here is just like I said before, everything we do here, we take those kind of heat and criticism is we try to protect the students, because students, they are the silent parties. They don't have a voice, and they just take what we give to them. So this is very important. As all board members all sitting here, you have done a wonderful job. You just protect our students, and you always want to find the best for our students. And one of the promise I made to our community is I'll do my best to provide the best education environment for every students possible, so that they can enjoy the education and to become a successful person. And this is my goal, and this is what I believe, and this is what I will continue to do for the rest of the years, on the school board. I'm not, I'm not doing anything for myself, and I'm not doing anything to show my power. And I'm just want to be a servant to this school district, to the parents, and to our students. About Dan Holloway, I think everybody have said many good things about him. Yeah, he's truly a nice person. But I don't think any one of you know Dan Holloway or met Dan Holloway earlier than me, because and when I first came out to run the school board, I was a candidate, and I was invited by Dan Holloway to be in his group, because that time he has a group of parents at Workman High School to save Workman High School. So I was the candidate and invited to their group and to speak to them. And at that time, of course, I promised I will never close the Workman High School. And since then, I think I keep my promise. And Dan is a wonderful person. I constantly, talk to him and see him, and he's I think he's a Navy, and he has been in the service in the Orient before. So many times we talk about in Asia since. So it is really sad to see such a nice person and passed away, and we feel so sorry for him and his family. And of course, I will join for the moment of silence in memory of Dan Holloway. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. So I just also want to reiterate what Dr. Chung said about thanking our staff, our superintendents, our cabinets, all of our administration, all of our teachers, all of our classified staff. I'm connected with some of them on social media, and one teacher got Zoom bombed. We had a power outage at some schools, and they're all figuring out day by day, and they're doing their hardest to make sure that we're providing the best education for our students. So I want to thank all of our staff for doing that. These are unique times, and you guys are working really hard, and you guys all deserve, everyone from the superintendent all the way down, to be thanked for all your hard work. Thank you also, board, for bringing up suicide. I don't know if many remember, just a couple years ago, Mr. Medrano lost one of his close high school friends to suicide. I knew him as well. And so, thank you, Mr. Del Torre, for sharing that number. Please, 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 if you need help, call. There's no shame to it. We all go through our struggles. So please, thank you for bringing that up. It's really, really important. Look forward to seeing people at the College and Career Fair with Majority Leader Calderon. I remember when Majority Leader Calderon contacted me 8 years ago with this idea and how we can make it happen. He said, I want to have it in Hacienda La Puente. Let's have it in the school district. I'm also on the board for the Boys and Girls Club of West San Gabriel Valley. That is the fiduciary account for that events, make it happen every year. And so we were able to mesh all that together to make this happen for our students, but also all the students in the 57th Assembly District. We are going to miss Majority Leader Calderon as he's retiring from the Assembly, but we look forward to working with Lisa Calderon to see if maybe this is something we can continue. So hopefully we'll look into that as a school board. I'm very, very, very excited about the Aquatic Center and Performing Arts Center. It's going to create a center at Martin Park and Temple. I've mentioned this before. I have been in discussion with the county for many, many years trying to make this happen. I will not take credit for the Performing Arts Center. This was all Penny Fermini's idea when she was on the board, and saying if we could ever do anything, a Performing Arts Center would be great for Hacienda La Puente School District, for our